copper swords, you're still in trouble. But if it shows up and it's like made of stone or glass or any other material, you'll probably kill it. It's coming up on a century and you love it? Really? Damn. What's the population, if I can ask? The population and frame rate, actually. I mean, we're not playing Long Death today. We are playing Threatdweller, which is a similar thing. I've only ever had 2 made of steel. I had a humanoid made of steel, Forgotten Beast, and I had a horse made of steel, Forgotten Beast. The horse killed every single one of my dwarves, and the humanoid didn't. So this is Threatdweller. We just killed off a siege. There's very few of them left, so the siege should hopefully split. In fact, I think, yeah, it just did. So we just defeated a siege. The goal for this fortress currently is, well, I'll just pause the game for a second. We are working our way down into the basement areas, and I would like to challenge hell and hopefully win. The problem is the faction is dead, so we are not getting migrant waves anymore. We don't have a capped population, but it's been trickling down. So I've been trying to dig further into these adamantine spires with the hope of finding one that has, you know, demons underneath it. I'm pretty sure that is one. So our goal for today is to breach safely and figure the location of where the baddies are so that we can go after them. As for the fortress itself, the named dwarves in the fortress are Mirhall Clay, Frog for Hire, Dragon Na, Pablo Rasta. If I scroll down, Elomino, Rolf, Redger, Mapeti, Tygo, Harry is Gamer, Hydra Slayer, Wilmer, Stone, Thalfon, Wait What, Hops, Tele-B. If I scroll down a little bit more, we got Yushat, who is grated Parmesan cheese, cutest ghost. We've got Titan Slayer up a little higher, who I missed, Belug, and Dershland, who's our poet. So if you would like a dwarf, we have many stone workers, many furnace operators, a couple hunters, many farmers, crafters, military dwarves, and a couple children, as well as like even an unnamed goblin. So if you'd like a person in the fort, just raise your hand if you didn't hear your name shouted. Feel free to throw you in there. Do you have any preference? And Diamond wants a stoneworker. I thought you'd think that you'd want a gem cutter, Diamond, but stoneworker we can give to Diamond. Odom. Diamond. She feels fondness when talking with an acquaintance, and she is delighted after watching performance. You know, this is actually one of those few times, Diamond, where I wish I could... You want a gem cut? You want... Okay, you changed your mind. You want a gem cutter. Okay. I think I have a gem cutter. Or at least a dwarf that's cutting emeralds right now, because I got tons of emeralds. Okay, the one gem cutter is named, but I can give you somebody else who's cutting emeralds. Also named Odom. What are the odds? He felt satisfied at work and felt gratitude remembering receiving water. Also, if I had the ability, Diamond, I would search to see if we had any dwarves that liked gremlins for their mischievous nature and give you the gremlin, if we had one. But I don't, so. He's a worshiper of Lemush, and he's 67 years old, born on the 10th of Opal in the year 166. His hair is wavy and his long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His long hair is braided and his somewhat short ears have nearly fused lobes, and he has a broad chin. His eyelashes are short and his head is somewhat short and his hair is pale taupe. His skin is cinnamon and his eyes are copper. I want to apologize for yesterday. There's a few things, a lot of things brings happiness in life is sharing knowledge. When I'm not in the full that full awareness, it can kill the sense of wonder and learning from their own experience. No excuse, and you feel bad about it. It's all good, dude. I mean, it causes some frustration for me, and I will just repeatedly ask people to stop if they're being annoying. I'm just very particular about how I learn games. I've always been that way, and I'm aware that I miss stuff, which can annoy some people. So you're all good. Don't feel bad. Also, hi, Rory, by the way. Scrolling down, he likes native copper, zinc, fire, ogate, giant mountain goat, horn specifically, giant mountain goat, goat horn, giant mountain goat, horn, naff fabric, querns and scepters, spiked balls, and sheep for their wool, giant ospreys for their fishing ability, and the words of the hoary creature and the sound of the Carillion silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume giant mosquito. What? Okay. Nautilus and soft wheat beer, and absolutely hates hamsters. Diamond, the fuck's wrong with you? Anyway, can't stand hamsters, eats giant mosquitoes, and likes spiky balls. Anyway, personally, greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, respects power and values harmonious existence, and does not care about friendship, dreams, creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. You hate yourself too? Yeah, well, at least that's two of us. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and forms only fleeting rare emotional bonds with others because others are distressed about his love of giant mosquitoes, eating them specifically, and he is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and he's quick to form negative views about things. And he is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is slow to trust others, and isn't given to flights of fancy, and he often acts with compassion, and he is conflicted by this since he sees those tendencies as an impotent to the quest for power, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Also, no, Diamond, I'm not going to revert you back to the other dwarf. You get to be the one who has that now. He's a skeeter eater. Dirty skeeter eater. So we got a hunter request, and Athros just wants somebody. Okay, I'll give the hunter away first. Sounds like, oh, so what are you going to be, hoping that your dwarf just keels over now? He spelled Semtaxagon. Sam Tex. Gone. So now we got the hunter being named. Those are like hamsters with spiky balls. Maybe a hamster's impaled on spiky balls. So you have 38 kills. You've killed 8 wombats, 13 wombats, 1 large rat, 2 unicorns, some naked moledogs, some turkeys, some rabbits, and more unicorns. I'll use Sam. It's easier. Already written it now. She felt wonder after communing with Rash Death Fatal. So your god is Rash Death Fatal. Most often takes the form of a skeletal female dwarf and is associated with death. You worship the god of death. Do I have any priests? Not currently, actually. There's no formed religions in this fort at this exact moment. She is a worshiper of Rash Death Fatal, and she is 94 years old, born on the 2nd of Obsidian in the year 139. Her nose is upturned, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her somewhat short ears have nearly fused lobes, and her cinnamon skin is wrinkled. Her eyelashes are short, and her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair is pale taupe with some gray, and her eyes are aquamarine. There's actually a known bug that was mentioned in like the A12 blog a while ago, where religions just don't form in some civs, which has been fixed for the next version, but in this current version is bugged still. So I don't actually know if this faction has any religions. She likes lignite, nickel silver, lavender jade, silvery gibbon leather, the color ecru, shields and animal traps, and llamas for their long necks, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. The words of the dusts of fate and the sound of the tress of larks, and when possible prefers to consume giant impala, peach, and sewer brew. I mean, sewer brew is disgusting, but... And string beans, and hates toads. Sorry, Toady. She personally would have the world operate in complete harmony, without the least bit of strife or disorders, due to seeing fallen kingdoms, the wispy brigand's dead body in 228. and thinks it is kind of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion, and she finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She never becomes angry after seeing fallen kingdoms die, and she feels best when everyone gets along without the least bit of strife or contention. She never feels discouraged after seeing a goblin's dead body, and she is quite polite. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she has an active imagination and can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. All right, so that's that one. Lastly, Athros just said throw you in somewhere. I will throw you in somewhere, Athros. Means I will not look at the screen and done. I'm sorry. Baby Athros, Das Tot, Athros. You just said to be thrown in, so you get the infant. You worship Lemouche and the frightful strangeness, who's the god of torture and misery, and chaos, war, and fortresses. And your current words are Maba, actually. You say Maba. Within the last season, he was delighted after watching performance and was interested after watching performance and delighted after watching a performance and was annoyed when caught in a snowstorm. He's 3 months old, born on the 18th of Limestone in the year 233. Who's a cute little baba? Yes, exactly. You're the kid of Frog for Hire and Risen. So if Frog for Hire X pops into chat, just be like, oi, I'm your kid. He likes chalk, electrum, precious opal, birchwood, rope reed, fabric, and pigtail paper, bolts and helms and large gems, and the words of the lacy velvet, and the sight of the russet couple, and when possible prefers to consume albatross, purple amaranth beer, and sunberry seeds, and absolutely hates blood nets. Dada points in direction, yes, exactly. He personally finds maintaining decorum a fumbling waste of time and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Because he's a baby, and dreams of raising a family, and is slow to anger and very trusting, doesn't often feel lustful, good, he's a baby, and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, because he's a baby. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, preferably mom, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself, because they're not mom. And he is assertive and isn't particularly curious about the world. And he's a little, and he likes a little excitement now and again because baby's easily bored. And he has a calm demeanor because he's a baby and he can handle stress. Well, good baby. And tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Yeah, mom's upset, baby's upset. Makes sense. Does not go out of his way to help others. Well, he can't walk yet, so he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, because he's a baby. Well, I mean, what makes you think that the river is salty? What? Does it, like, have members of Twitch chat floating in it or something? Is it, like, right next to an ocean? So, something kind of neat about the last Goblin Siege is it was full of these ogres' bodies. So we've actually been fighting with ogres as of late, which is a good deal of fun. And we do have the queen in the fort, who's Queen Elomino, who wants a crystal glass window in their dining room. I don't have the stuff to make crystal glass. But they also want maces, which we can queue up, which are nice and easy. Yes, I very much do remember that bug. That was not a fun, like, 2 weeks that bug was in the game until it got fixed. That was not a fun chunk of time. So another thing that I've done with this, fortress is I've increased the number of people who can attack us. So when we get sieged, the sieges will be anywhere from, like, 150 people all the way up to 600 people. and we are currently at war with 2 separate goblin civilizations and a tower. So it's been a rather exciting period of time, shall we say. As for the fort itself, this fort is quite fun. We've got 2 very far apart libraries, 2 very far apart taverns. One right here. So this is tavern number 1. And then tavern number 2 is all the way over here. So we have 2 separate taverns. Although this one over here is underneath our library, which goes all the way up here. And we still have to, like, unforbid all of the constructions of these tables, but there's going to be, like, kind of like an upper layer above it. So it's been kind of a fun fort so far. Wait, actually? Did Queen Elizabeth die? Hold up. No shit. "25 minutes ago. Damn. Apparently she was under medical supervision 5 hours ago. Huh. You've known for about an hour. I mean, you live locally. Yeah, 5 minutes ago. Dang. Huh. Weird. I thought she was immortal. But didn't announce until all her family had arrived and paid respects. That makes sense. But, like, I'm no fan of the royal family, but, like, let the family say goodbye first. They're the ones who actually matter. Weird. Huh. I raise a glass for the queen? She seemed like a cool lady? I don't know. I have, like, no emotional attachment to the royal family whatsoever. But she did kind of seem like a cool lady. I don't know. She seemed like the sort of lady that I would want to have as a grandma. Or like a great aunt, you know what I mean? She drove tanks during World War II. Yeah, like, she seemed like a cool lady. I don't know. Like, man. You will get extra days of work? Why would you get extra days of work in the UK? What? Or do you mean extra days off work? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, she had a long life. Days off. Yeah, I was gonna say days of versus days off. English language. I don't know. I mean, I'm in Canada, and I don't think that changes anything over here. Yeah, no kidding. Wow. See the news reached here? Yeah, apparently. I thought that, like, the first thing that Charles would do if he was made king was dissolve the royal family. I kind of hope that happens. There was a cool story about how she decided, about how she was to take a car with the Saudi crown prince and decided she'll be driving. Did she actually drive? That's kind of that's a cool story. Respect. Yeah, she seemed like a nice. But okay. So this is just me, right? I have almost no empathy for people passing away because there's absolutely no part of my body that fears or hates or is afraid of death. Like death is just very much a part of life, and it's like, yeah, you should be sad, but also like that lady lived longer than I'm gonna live. So if anything, it's like not a bad score. You did it. You made it. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm much more of a celebrate life, don't be sad in death kind of person. There should be photos from the media at the time. I believe it. Yeah. Blind as death incarnate. I mean, my ex's grandmother passed away 10 days away from her 100th birthday. And her entire goal was that, or ex's great-grandmother, rather. No, just grandmother. Yeah, it was my ex's grandmother passed away 10 days from her 100th birthday. And it was like 3 days before she died, we brought her a birthday cake and said that, you know, she'd slept for a bit and it was her birthday. So we gave her her 100th birthday like 3 days before she passed away because we knew that she only had days left. And she ate most of that cake by herself, like this tiny little ancient history grandma. Yeah, I don't know. Celebrate life. Don't be sad in death. There's literally no point for it. And the people who were alive wouldn't want you to be sad either. I feel like it was like maybe it was like just a couple months ago I was talking about I'm always surprised that the Queen's not dead. The odds are against you with this bot. I mean, there's some people who swear that they've never actually won with the bot. Like they're like 100% loss ratio, so you're not the only one. Wow. By her life for over 10 years. Yeah, I think like once you get past like 85, people are just like constantly surprised that you're not dead yet. Your luck theft isn't working? True. I mean, the Diamond wins by saying vote Gremlin before they invest every time, although I don't think Diamond won this time, so maybe it's not the... Yeah, a 400,000 ticket event investment didn't win. Celebrate death in video games? Sure. I mean, that's the only place that you should celebrate death. She said, I would say that record's probably never going to be broken. A historic record, you could say. That means my Oma's probably going to outlive the Queen. It's like, shit, my Oma's probably got like another 3 to 5 years left. And she was like, she's a year younger than the Queen. So my Oma's probably going to outlive the Queen. Damn. It's a race, is it now? Isn't the prince like in his 70s? I'll be honest, I don't know how old the princes are. Let's get all these thrown away this way. That's assuming that they don't dissolve the monarchy. Because like not that I'm an expert in like British royal policies or anything, but I was very much under the impression that they were going to, like, just dissolve the monarchy after the queen dies. Because I feel like it's every other week that, like, some member of the royal family's like, I don't want to do this anymore. You'd like that to happen, but you doubt it? They should. Will be God Save the King soon? Yeah. Yep. That one punk rock song is going to be significantly kind of outdated. Rip Sex Pistols, you're no longer relevant. God Save the Queen! Yep. Minting an arseload of coins. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. Is like, whose face is going to be on my money now? I don't have any Canadian money around right now, so I can't actually show it to you, but... Justin Trudeau bills? I mean, it'll be whoever the next monarch is. It wouldn't be Trudeau. Because Trudeau's... Also, that might cause riots, so I hope they don't do that. I'm not a Justin Trudeau hater by any stretch, but he shouldn't be in office anymore. Like, I don't know. I voted for him twice. That's enough. Nobody should have 3 terms. Imagine Ozzy Osbourne. I see now that I would seek out British money if Ozzy Osbourne was on the coin. Although, who knows how much longer he's going to live, to be honest. Freaking Queen dies. Yeah. Rowan Atkinson on the currencies. Okay, how about this? Let's put Seth Rogen on the Canadian dollar. Everybody likes Seth Rogen, right? Let's just do that. That, or we could just say fuck it. I mean, like, look at this. I've got this right here. It's Canadian money. The Queen met the new Prime Minister and went, fuck it. I'm out. It's just like the Count of Longdeath who doesn't live in Longdeath Stone. How much is the funeral coordination now gonna cost? Probably more than my annual salary. A lot of money, if I had to guess. They should just, like, have no guests at her funeral and just live stream it. Make it a lot cheaper. I mean, someone has to keep the funeral industry in business, right? When she was younger, thought it was the Prince of Wales. She thought he owned all the whales in the world. That is the most, like, child at heart, like, little kid thought I've heard in a while, and that's kind of adorable. That's very cute. Sadly, it's just very old colonialism. Yeah. I don't know. Like, Queen Elizabeth was about as good of a queen as you could have asked for, though. Like, let's be honest. Like, she didn't really interfere with things much and just kind of generally, I think, was a benefit to the world for the most part. She did a lot more good than bad. She will be remembered fondly, I think, in general. But it's also very dated, shall we say, traditions. There's no real reason to continue existing. Kind of at all. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the vast majority of monarchs are just hated. Yeah, no, I mean, the crown has lots of taxpayers' money, which they've already taken. So they can absolutely just spend it out of their own budget. No, that's not how the royal family works, Diamond. Not how the royal family works at all. Let them finish dumping all of this crap. Let's also set all of this stuff to melt. We're going to open up this lever and the side gate. Flights to England are probably expensive right now. Let's see. Okay, so they went from, well, actually not that much. It's anywhere from, it's starting at about $700 all the way up to about all the way up to about $5,000. For the non-stop flights. The 14-hour connecting flights, I could fly there via WestJet right now for $750. Which actually isn't bad at all. Just for science, I'm looking at flights to Paris. I can fly to Paris for $500. Interesting. Because TwitchCon Europe next year is in Paris. And I've never actually looked at costs from flights from here to Paris before. Chat, should I go to Paris for TwitchCon next year? What do you think? So much that any royal family event that you don't like the royal family, but you can't argue that they bring us money from tourism? I mean, there's lots of things that are a quiet benefit, even if they're not, like, actively beneficial to the country at large. There's plenty of things that countries have that are quiet benefits. You know, like, there's plenty of things I don't like about Canada that makes Canada lots of money. You know? You were 6? True. Traveling as a small kid is generally pretty terrible. The reason I would go to Paris is TwitchCon is in Paris next year. I'm hoping we get to fight with more zombies this time. Because we're at war with this tower down here, this one. I'm kind of tempted to go find another one and poke it so we can get more necromancers coming after us. Have to go for the moment. Take care and have fun. Well, we'll be here when you get back, because only an hour, 48 minutes into the stream, meaning we will be here for another 10 probably. Yeah, no, everybody's just like talking about it everywhere now. How is everyone good but half shocked? The queen's dead, and that's because I was starting to believe that she was immortal. So that's how everyone is. I'm good. A little sleepy. I slept in today. So fine. Wait. She isn't immortal? Clearly the Queen of England wasn't an immortal because she's dead. Chat, how long until the conspiracy theories start popping up that she actually just, like, reincarnated as a child? No, she isn't one of those DF vampire queens. So, wasn't immortal. No, she wasn't immortal. Unfortunately. I mean, she seemed like a chill granny, to be honest. Is greatly exaggerated? How so? How do you exaggerate someone's death? They're dead. Or was it like the circumstances? I assume she just, like, died of natural causes. Yeah, absolutely. It's faked her death so that she can be a stunt car driver in Dubai, naturally. She just went back home to Alpha Centauri. Reference to Mega Man? I wouldn't know the reference, sorry. It's like more than one death. I mean, you'd need clones to have several of your clones killed, I would say. Oh, Megamind. I was gonna say Mega Man does not equal Megamind. I was thinking, I'm like, I don't think they made a Mega Man movie, but I wasn't gonna dig into it too much. We're cleaning up after a siege is what the dwarves are currently doing. So they're running in between the lava to gather all of the bits of armor that can be melted down. But to kind of respond to Miss Runner's question proper is, I'm just tired. I slept through my snooze wake up alarm from today. Because what I do is I set my alarm for the time that I wake up, and recently I've been setting it for 7:50, and then I snooze for 10 minutes, and then I get up because it half wakes me up, and then I have like 10 minutes to kind of sit there half awake, and then I get up afterwards, and then I go about my day. I went to bed early last night and woke up with the initial alarm. I remember hitting the snooze button. I remember lying back down and looking at the ceiling, then I blinked and my alarm was going off, and I was like, it's time to get up, get out of bed. And then I look at my clock and it's 8:55. I start my stream at 9 a.m. So I kind of had a half awake, slow, quick, like speedy breakfast, quick injections, quick blood sugar test and all that jazz. Run over to computer, start computer up, get everything set up on PC, made coffee, and now I'm streaming, and I was 5 minutes late. Did we embark on? This is a good mountain, which is currently charcoal, because I keep burning it, next to a good forest. I had toast. I didn't have anything to do smoothie with. The Peregrine Falcon breeding program. Wait, are you talking about in Dwarf Fortress? You want them to substitute that for cats in Dwarf Fortress, right? I'm allowed to be late once in a while? Yeah. I know. I know it's not like a problem that I like slept in, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm like I feel like I got hit by a bus, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just, whew, snoozy, sleepy, that kind of thing. Speaking of, I'm actually going to go turn on the air conditioner. It's just set to fan right now, and my knees are starting to sweat. I will be back in about 30 seconds. Nah, I breed unicorns in the other fortress. I haven't been breeding any animals in this fort. We've been hunting, but I've domesticated unicorns in Long Death, so I don't want to do that twice, 2 forts in a row. Especially considering I'm still running that other fort. We have, however, harvested a lot of raw adamantine, which I need to start extracting again. In fact, you know what? I think it's time that we move Craftsdwarf shops down here. Probably also make adamantine anvils. Into the soul-sucking job of retail grunt work? Working retail? Really? What kind of retail? Retail isn't all bad. It does have its positives. It's not the easiest job in the world, but... Although it kind of depends on how well you're getting paid. If it's retail where you get paid all right, it's not so bad, but the pay sucks. I've known a lot of people that have worked a lot of retail jobs, and it's like, some jobs actually, especially if you get like commissions or something, like they often end up not being so bad, but... What's the game plan for this fort? I want to fight with hell, is the game plan for this fort. By that I mean I'm going to build really, really, really long hallways, and I want to fill those hallways with lava. And then I want to have water right above the lava so I can pull a lever and seal them all into obsidian. That's my plan. We'll see if I can make that plan happen. So I'm thinking like a 4Z level deep trench with like bridges all the way along the top, fill the top with water, and then pull a lever, and then whoosh. That's the plan. And then crush the rest, probably. Is 80% of your job is hucking 50-pound? I mean, when you say hucking, do you mean like for like stocking, or do you mean for customers? I mean, that's not the worst. I think like the worst kind of retail is like in a mall, smaller shop that people frequent all the time that's busy. That's the worst kind of retail. If it's more specialty retail, I would imagine it would be more tolerable. But considering you said soul sucking, I guess that's not the case. Is that the hashtag heat map Diamond Destruct that you posted on my Discord for Twitter? Is that what that is? Like, are you for real? Because if this is the hashtag heat map, I want to know what the Rockin' Beer Fest is. Like, can we, like, figure out what that is? Because maybe we should go to Colombia. I'm in. Sounds dwarfy. Let's go. What's up, Disco? Because if that's actually like the current Twitter hashtag heat map, then that's very funny. Day 10 of national mourning. 10 day of national mourning, so when the queen is dead, the prince got insta-promoted to king. Huh. Yeah, exactly. It's just like everybody in the entire world. Queen Elizabeth's dead! People in Colombia. Rockin' Beer Fest! I don't know. I respect it. I'm here for it. I mean, like, if you ask me, it's like, the Queen of England's dead. Do you care? No? Not really? Like, honestly? Not really. But, like, at the same time, kind of do. Yeah, also, like, Australia doesn't seem to care, which is kind of funny. I guess they're all asleep, but... Looks like New Zealand needs to wake up. Yeah. I mean, New Zealand and Australia need to wake up. In what way, Mika? Also, hi, Mika. Wait, what? Early spring. Oh, damn. One of my scholars died. Died of old age, though. Speaking of. 234, early spring. Seems like Kivish, the scholar, has died. Rest in peace to the astronomer Kivish. I wonder how many discoveries that dwarf made in their life. They were an old dwarf. They were in like their 160s. Round of beers for the death of this dwarf. F. And I will go make some slabs. Got a couple slabs I gotta make, I think. Yep. Now that they may be forbidden to manufacture pint glasses? I mean, oh, like as in Dwarf Fortress mandates. Oh, I thought you meant, like, when you say, like, their mandates might change, I'm like, mask mandates? And then I'm also thinking, does Royal Family have any power over that? Because I don't think they do. It's like, what mandates might you be speaking of? Oh, we can no longer export tables. I get it. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. And mandating thongs, can't export chairs. Sauce. Sus indeed. Also, Cooler, out of curiosity, were you playing Fortress mode because the next update to Dwarf Fortress isn't going to have adventure mode in it for a bit? Is that why you were playing adventure, like Fortress mode instead of adventure mode? Liberal Ludos. Thank you much for the Prime subscription and the follow, by the way. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the first notification of money of the day of the stream? Big thanks. And the first sub, the first resub, also a new sub, for that matter. Well, thank you. Means a lot. We're just going to be clean. Oh, hey, they got a unicorn. Look at that. Right there. Got a unicorn. Although they do appear to be dumping it, meaning it was probably just, like, completely obliterated. Also, I can go into the jobs screen and we can unsuspend all of these. Hey, Aqua. Hope you're well. Gotta get those finished. Is almost Justin TV old? I mean, I'm almost Justin TV old. And Ton is throwing a tantrum. The Weaver. Ton the Weaver. Not currently throwing a tantrum. Committed no crimes, too. Oh, so you wanted to try something different with them? Did you, like, leave them in a fort or something? Oh, a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. This is an interesting, goblin faction that we're fighting. So this is a faction of goblins, so they all have goblin names, but they're completely assimilated, elves. So they're all elves. What faction is this again? The Iron Cap on the item is an image of the branded witch, a masterfully designed image of a goblet, which to me is just a baby goblin, right? Goblet? Anyway, the image is a symbol of the dread of scrapes, a goblin civilization. It is made from nice. Well, that's very nice. All right, well, let's lock all the dwarves inside. Let's pull this lever. Can that happen? Goblins enslaved elves? Yep. Yeah, no, it absolutely can. Multiple ways it can happen. They've attacked me with entirely elvish forces. They've attacked me with human-elf mixes, and they've attacked me with goblin-elf mixes. But these are goblin-enslaved elves that are attacking me. Which means they're elves, but they have iron. And also they have... Ooh, look at this, actually. They have Ice Wolf leather cloaks. That's kind of cool. Hey, Ire Stupid, how are you? They also have usually copper/iron and steel weapons. Yeah, it looks like copper weapons in this case. Iron, some bits of iron armor. Thanks for the 25 cents, the first bits of the stream. But yeah. Spearmen, pikemen, swordsmen. No more of them popping in? Is that the whole army? Suddenly worried that there's dwarves outside. Because they're moving up. Okay, well, looks like the nearest dwarves are all inside, so we should be good. Oh, where they're heading up there. Yeah, not too big of a siege. Giant earthworm gear. Yeah, it wasn't this faction. I think it was the other faction, but they sent blizzard men at me. You know, if you cheered 100 bits, it's too late now. You're stupid, but if you had cheered 100 bits, it would have been enough to almost start a hype train. But yeah, they sent Blizzard Men, which is something I'd never seen before. Activision Blizzard Men, yes. They sent Bobby Kotick himself to come fight with us. And you know, we dumped lava on both of their heads, so just because they're made of ice doesn't mean they don't burn. Kind of sad about the queen dying. I mean, I would go through every, like I said this earlier, Dominions, or Dominations. Every 3 months, I would look up, is the queen still alive? Like, I'd look at her Wikipedia page and just be surprised she didn't die. So, for me... Yeah, I don't know. It kind of... I'm not all that surprised. Silver Warhammer, that's actually kind of scary. They turn up and destroy the lore and the gameplay mechanics so that you rage quit? Sure. Yeah. Lizardmen. Nailed it. So, I'm not... I try and, like... I've had to deal with a lot of death in my life. Dominations, like close friends dying, and not of natural causes and not in happy ways. So it's made me very non-empathetic towards death, and I'm very much in the opinion that when somebody dies, especially if it's not somebody you know directly, there's no benefit to being really sad. Like, celebrate their life. Don't mourn their death, because it's a hell of a lot better for your own health, and that's what matters, right? So, but yeah, raise a glass, because like I said, she seems like she would have been a really cool grandma. Your adventure is in that fort. You could send me a copy of it if I want to do something with it. I mean, you could upload it if you want. Now, I'll take a look at it. I wouldn't stream it, though. I like streaming my forts. Maybe at some point we got to do a maybe once Premium's out, we should do a community game or something. And I'll play it for like an hour a week, maybe. Maybe 2 hours. You need the Steam release. It'll be out sooner than you think, as they say. I mean, I would love to do that. I would love to. I mean, I would love to do a save passing session with just my stream team. Like, I would love to do that. Maybe I can convince them once it's been out for a little bit and people kind of know what they're doing. Oh, also, because this is a good biome on a mountain, we have mountain gnomes everywhere. And they walk in and drink a bunch of booze and then they leave. They're pretty chill dudes. I consider them like local friends. Love Simon's work, and getting more of it is so fucking cool. Yeah. Also, having a track in Dwarf Fortress named Boat Murdered means Boat Murdered is now officially canon, which is super cool to me. Although I've been told through the grapevine that a couple people have talked with Simon after the announcement, and he's got a good microphone and is easy to talk to, so maybe I should reach out and try and get an interview. Might be good YouTube content. Music sounds good. Yeah, I would hope so. Swordmaster strikes the elf pikeman in the upper body with, wow. Adamantine short sword is deflected off of an iron breastplate. Wow. Swordmaster punches the elf pikeman in the lower body with her right hand, and the attack is deflected by the pikeman's iron breastplate. Swordmaster slashes the pikeman in the left lower leg with his adamantine sword, probably. And it's tearing through the muscle and destroying the copper high boot. And he's in a lot of pieces. It's a canonical myth now? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not a canon, like it didn't happen in your world necessarily, but it's definitely a legendary myth sung about by bards and songwriters all around. The great story of, that. But yeah, that's something I'd like to try and do. And because believe it or not, I've actually recorded an interview on a small roguelike recently. Probably not a game that any of you have played, but I have that recorded, so I want to get that interview done. So once I have that interview done, I'm going to then work on... Oh no, you stupid gnome. You stupid... Why are you crying, gnome? You stupid gnome. You stupid gnome. Well, at least you saw the elf and go, and you run away. Run away, you stupid gnome. And my dwarves will deal with that elf as it chases the gnome away. And the one behind it. I just need the majority of them to walk in here. So I kind of want this group back here to be in the tunnel before we start pulling levers. All right, well, that's 2 done. And 3 done. Might have to fight with that whole squad there. Kind of don't want to, but they're so spread out. Not that we can't. It's just... It's actually a bit of fighting that we have to do. And there they go. All right. All right. Let's pull this lever. And pull that lever. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf to run up here. And hopefully we can get it pulled before... Oh no, not the gnome! You son of a bitch. Axmu Zanondang Yurei. You're a fucking criminal. You killed a harmless gnome. Oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, that might actually be a problem. Okay, we gotta send the other squad up to, where did he go? There he is. Deal with this guy who just got, moved up onto my walls. It's okay, they got him. Incoming. Stab. Perfect. Let's go deal with this. Okay. Maybe you guys could, I don't know. It's possible you guys could clip that. And it looks like there's a human Liemaker Pale Hunter zombie thing that's fighting with them, and they seem to have killed it. Nope. Also, as always, if you haven't seen my trap yet, you might want to pay attention right about now, because this thing's pretty fun. What's up, Dacolts? Hello. This can make or break. If anything super important gets stated, feel free to share. Diamond. I'm just mildly curious. It's not every day a queen dies. Today is a historic day. Deep fried elf? More like charcoal elf. Game had to do some math for a second there. Lagged. Game's doing math again. All right, it's fine. The clouds of smoke and steam don't affect frames at all. It's the path, the reason there's hitches like this on the map, This trap wouldn't cause any lag whatsoever if I was on a default size map. The reason there's hitches on this map is because of AI pathing. So this is a very large map. Very large. And it's the AI enemy soldiers going, all right, how do we leave the map? That's why there's hitching going on. But once these guys' way out is sealed, and they realize that there's no way off the map, and they just start running around wildly in random directions, the hitching ceases. If I was on a default size map, I wouldn't have this issue, because I've set up this an identical version of this trap on smaller maps before and had 0 lag. The clouds of smoke and steam only cause frame rate lag if they block pathing. And steam, I think dwarves can see through steam now, so they don't, that doesn't pathing block at all. The only thing that still does is fire. So if like grass is on fire and a dwarf can't get around the grass, that will cause lag. But aside from that, like smoke, steam, and all that doesn't really cause lag anymore. Tarn changed it. It was either the last major update or the one before, so that instead of them trying or not being able to see through and not being able to path through it, which is what it was before, because it would block their line of sight. Instead of that, they can path through it. The only time they can't path through it is if there's fire in the way. The more I take public transport, the more you realize it's rather fuel efficient considering how many people it can transport. Oh, absolutely. I mean, one bus can transport like dozens of people. Versus like one car can't. One car usually, like, it drives me nuts when you see like a group of people that are very obviously all friends and they're all driving in like the similar types of cars, and there's like one person per vehicle and there's like 12 vehicles. It's just like, what a waste. Our stupid, thanks for the penny. Hundreds of people, yes. Dozens, hundreds. Depends on how much you sardine pack, but yes. Or if it's a double bus or a double decker or just a single. I think our single buses can carry, I think it's 48 people. Comfortably. I think you could probably cram close to double that onto those buses, but they're designed for 48 people. And then I pulled a drainage lever, which hopefully is going to flatten some of these guys on the way out. Like this one. I don't know if this guy's going to make it. We'll see. Need somebody to pull that lever. This looks like Stone's pulling it. Yep. And this goblin, this elf ain't going too far. Sorry. That one got caught in the cross lava. This one might not even make it. Let's see. I don't think either of those two are going to make it. Yep, they just get caught up. And then that one's also going to get caught up, most likely. Those were the two that I was following previously. They might outrun the wall of lava. Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to... So here's something that they've been doing quite a lot is they've increased the number of buses on the road so that the sardine canning effect isn't as prevalent, to generally allow for... They've been trying to avoid the sardine can effect by simply putting more buses on the road here, which I'm very much down for, personally. Yeah, one went splat and the other two couldn't escape. Exactly. And all the bits and pieces get removed. Excellent. Well, these elves are... First off, elves don't care if you burn forests because it doesn't actually burn down. It doesn't take out the trees. They only care if you cut down trees. Thing number one. Thing number two, these aren't elves. These are goblins. So they're actually... Like, they all have goblin names. They're from a goblin faction. They are assimilated goblins. It can. I mean, like, so we have what we call the R bus, which is the R line, which is the, like, rapid bus. So they're every 2 to 5 minutes. And they go from major transit hub to major pedestrian hubs. So basically from transit hub to mall, from transit hub to other mall to other transit hub. It's like the quick rapid transit, right? Which has minimal stops. It does stop, but it doesn't have very many stops. And they're all double buses. That used to be called the B line. And when it was the B line, it was every 10 minutes and it was always sardine can packed. Now there's always somewhere to sit because they've like tripled the number of buses on those routes when they went from the B line to the R line, which is great. Yeah, they are culturally goblins, yeah. So they don't care about trees because these are goblins, not actually elves. I still can't get over this hashtag heat map. It's the rock and beer fest. I can't get over that. That's too funny for me. It's just like, that's just very funny to me. Good luck on the investments, lads. Also, just shouting this out. If you're a Canadian gameplay programmer, Kit Fox is hiring. I may or may not have a pretty good idea of what they're working on, and it's cool, which is why I'm sharing it. Also, rip Whitcode. Sorry. What's the shoot for? It goes into this. Which goes down into here. It's literally just garbage. It's where clothing and corpses go. Or clothing I don't want to melt down. Or clothing that can't be melted down, rather. Alright, let's unsuspend all those tables again. Well, I have a feeling it's going to be a constant state of discussion for the rest of the stream. But yes, it's been an active topic of discussion. I'm very amused by the hashtag heat map that Diamond posted on Discord. Just because it's like the entire world is screaming about Queen Elizabeth, Australia's still asleep, so's Japan, really. And then just down here in Colombia, it's just Rock and Beer Fest is their most popular hashtag, which is just... I don't know, it's just so funny. It's just like everybody's just like shouting about the Queen, and then just Colombia is just like, hey, oh, it's almost October! I'm so amused by that. It's just very funny. But yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be an active topic of discussion for the rest of the stream. I mean, I only found out like 30 minutes ago, so that makes two of us past it. Hey, Gola don't give a fuck. Exactly. Although I don't know how, who knows how popular like Twitter even is down there. Maybe they're all on WhatsApp. But hi, Banana. How's things? I mean, I'll be completely honest. I don't really care about the Queen dying. It's more of an, oh, all right, kind of thing. It's not like the world's ending or anything. To me, very, very small thing. Not something I'm going to lose sleep over by any stretch or anything. Just there's no reason to. Oh no, you're below 1 million tickets, you poor soul. Good for business and bad for business? True. I mean, for me, it doesn't really... It's not going to change my life in the slightest. My money might look slightly different soon, but that's fine. No biggies there. Let's just get those dug out. And then we can dump water on this again. Dear UK, the rest of humanity called. We don't care about royal people anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is. I don't know if I really have the place to say this, but I would be really happy if they dissolved the monarchy. I don't think I'm the only person with that take. It's more than a colossal waste of money. Although I will say that, love or hate the royal family, Queen Elizabeth did a pretty good job with the job she was given. Largely. I mean, she was pretty much a globally, if not loved, then at the very least respected monarch. And out of the few monarchs that are left on Earth, they're generally not very popular. So, you know, like, I don't know. And the world was a very different place when she became queen. Yeah. Yes. Very different place when she became queen. I'm sure somebody in chat knows this, so I'm not going to look it up. How long was she queen? I should know this, but I don't. 70 years? Wow. Which quite literally is new high score. Let's see how many dwarves die in here. Say none. Yeah, she did in fact survive longer than old Queen Vic. For anybody who's wondering what we're doing, we are sealing off lava so we can dig further down easier. $25,782 days. Yep, that's a number. Yo, dumb you are, Dwarf. Pretty dumb, but you didn't die. Oh my god. this dwarf jumped on top of it, grabbed onto the wall, and then shimmied back over. And almost got hot in there for you there, didn't it? Flycod, you're not smart, but well done. Only 23,226 days. Gotcha. God, I hope not. Banana. I mean, like, I still have Queen Elizabeth on... I think this is... Yeah. I still have, like, Queen Elizabeth on Loonies. Right there. The internet hasn't started conspiracy theories about her dying yet. No, that'll start in a couple weeks. Actually, I wonder, has there... This is a dark question, so you don't have to answer it if there... And don't look it up if you don't want to, but has there been any suicides yet? Whenever, like, important people in history like this pass away, there's always some suicides. Which is always very sad, but... Like, it happened with Michael Jackson. Kind of a lot, actually, it happened with Michael Jackson. Mints will start new money with Charles on it, and it will be put into circulation within 3 months. I mean, they're always printing new money too. That's the thing, right? So, like, go to a bank, and you can get a brand new bill. Like, that's not a new or a weird thing. So it wouldn't surprise me at all. They don't pull coins out of circulation, though. Breaking news, the Queen has been spotted in Colombia attending Rockin' Beer Fest. Yep. And coins certainly can get lost, yes. So yeah, no, money is constantly being taken in and put in and taken out of circulation. That's nothing weird. You know, honestly, when it comes to the royal family for myself, it's not the royal family that bothers me. It's the extremely wealthy extended family that just gets tax allowances. That's the thing that actually bothers me. It's not that like the queen herself that really bothers me. Like, the existence of the queen is fine. It's the amount of money that they pay the entire extended family to just exist that bothers me. It's like generic Scientology. You know, at PAX, me and Kiri walked past the Church of Scientology, and she's like, "Wow." Like, that's the thing here. We have 2 of those in Vancouver. Actually, I think one of them closed during the pandemic. I don't know if it opened again. We had two of them. But I don't know. She was a good queen. That's kind of my whole take. Cults are horrifying. Yep. The sad thing about Scientology is I know, or my dad knew, multiple people who he worked with who lost their entire life savings in Scientology. My dad had a very brief apprenticeship with a guy. I think actually ended up taking his own life. Who was super deep in Scientology, lost his house, wife left and everything. You must sleep now. Alrighty, Stone. We'll see you when we see you. One of my dwarves apparently got sealed into lava, and we've now dug them out of lava. This must have been a while ago. Wonder if your body's gonna burn. It is covered in lava now. It's like mummified. That's interesting. I wonder if dwarven bodies sealed in obsidian. Yeah, no, this is a dwarf that was sealed in this obsidian rock when we were digging out other parts of it. Or got or torched into lava and sealed in obsidian. That's not a recent death. This is one from... Oh, now they catch fire. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't a recent death, but it was one from a little bit ago. Oh, no! Oconlution was seen being passed to a thief. By who? It looks like my planter, Lolar Tekud Bakust, was seen by Telebi and several other dwarves. It seems like the human leatherworker Sunstalker was the main part of it. Frog also witnessed it. So it's this person who's already halfway off the map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to interrogate this person. I'm going to interrogate this person. And I'm going to interrogate that person. So if this Sunstalker ever comes back, we will find out about our crappy lignite toy boat. You want to be the Hammerer, who's currently Ficod. Yeah, we could give you Ficod. Oh, Captain of the Guard, not Hammerer. I don't have a Hammerer. You've killed one dwarf, and she didn't feel anything after dining in a poor dining room, and was delighted upon watching a performance. You worship Lemush, who's god of chaos, war, and fortresses, takes the form of a female dwarf, and is a deity of our civilization, the Plank of Nations. Her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a broad chin. Her nose bridge is convex, and her somewhat short ears have nearly fused lobes. Her eyelashes are short, and her hair is cinnamon. Her cinnamon skin is, her hair is short and her cinnamon skin is wrinkled. Her lips are thin. Her hair is pale taupe and with flecks of gray. And her eyes are cure. She likes Realgar, silver, demontoid, leathercap, demontoid? What is that? Nethercap, crystal glass, parakeet, leather, and giant polar bear tooth. The words of the fated oblivion and the sound of the tress of larks, and when possible prefers to consume 2-grain wheat beer and hemp seed oil, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. She personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and has a deep dislike of the natural world. She values peace over war and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. And she does not particularly value the truth, and she would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess and enjoys being in crowds and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Hey, Costlord. She enjoys being in... She tends to make a small mess of her own possessions, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation and does not reveal personal information, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has little interest in joking around and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. It's a green gemstone with a variety of mineral and... Oh, okay. Fair enough. I figured it was a gem, but, like, that's one of those things wherever I see it, I'm like, what did that? What did that? Also, hello, animal. Appears from a bolt of lightning. It is you, son. Thor, son of Odin. Is it? Really? Weird. Hi, animal. How do you feel living in a post-Queen Elizabeth world? My Oma will be sad. Oma likes the Queen. Or liked the Queen, I guess. What? No, there we go. There's another one. This is just gonna, like, make my day all day. By the way, the Queen's dead. I mean, I'm happy I'll outlive the Queen. I was worried I wouldn't. Can't we make her into a cyborg? Dement is a word for diamond. Really? Why can't we, like, rename diamonds to dements? Because that's a way cooler name. Then Diamond. Robo Queen. I mean, the wait, she's not immortal is like a very logical response, not gonna lie. Hmm. Yeah. Lizaborg. Anyway, how's things, Animal? How you doing, man? All right, we're almost done digging this out. Speaking of Dwarven Justice. Looks like we're currently interrogating dwarves surrounding the theft. And once we're done with that, we will arrest the dwarves involved, I would assume. Looks like Frog's gonna get a beating. Lolar's gonna get 29 days in prison. How do you uncover false identities in the justice system? You interrogate the you interrogate people surrounding the crimes, and if your interrogator interrogates successfully, then they expose their false identities, and then their names change. I've had a vampire expose themselves once, and it changed their icon to an N. I'm actually very curious about how vampires are going to be represented in Dwarf Fortress. Post-premium, obviously. Oh, yeah. I mean, necromancers are currently bugged, and they've been bugged since the end of the last major, or since the last major update. So necromancers being bugged, meaning they just show up and like, I'm necromancy! And you're like, okay, bud. And then you move on with your life. So now I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to press enter on that. We're going to start pumping manually. Little fangs. God, I hope it's more obvious than that. V-cut dresses. Yeah, I don't know. Curious. They look sexy at the player. No. And with the subject and attempted to make flattering remarks in order to elicit information, the subject was unaffected by the comments and refused, despite the dwarf frog's love of the interrogator. In retrospect, the interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject's character. Huh. Right. Hold on a second. Love of the interrogator. They're not even friends. They're passing acquaintances. Okay. Silver doesn't affect vampires, no. I know that Tarn wanted to make that a thing at some point, but it's like everything else in Dwarf Fortress, half finished and incomplete. The bad cop as well. Well, I don't have a dungeon master if that's what you're referring to. Oh, that's funny. Shoutouts to Quill. Oh fuck! I don't want money with Chuck's face on it. BRB stockpiling cash. Don't look under my mattress. Okay, everybody. Just a round of applause for Quill18 who wins Twitter today. Can someone explain to me how Charles shortens to Chuck? Not a fan of Chuck Bucks. You don't even want to think about mirrors in DF. The second they start simulating optics, the moment I lose is the moment you know they simulate optics, right? Yeah, the evolution stops making sense when it goes from Charlie to Chucky. Like, where did the U come from? I don't know. I've had people explain it to me a billion times. I don't get it. Makes no sense. Where does optics factor in? They can't see through smoke, so they try to path around smoke. They also have their own line of sight, which is visible in adventure mode, which isn't visible in fortress mode. Although I think if your eyes get gouged out, you still can see. There is that. Subject confessed to vandalism. Okay, so we still don't know much about the person who stole it. But we do know who stole it, so there is that. "27 days in prison for assisting with conspiracy." No, banana. But it does simulate optics. It's just a... Oh, jeez. Hold on. I was trying to figure out, I was like, why? Why the lava not draining? Well, because I'm still pumping lava into the walls. Whoops. Just get this lever pulled, please. Preferably quickly. Narvicious! With the second sub of the day. Thank you very much for the 15 months. Cheers, friend. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Narvicious keeping that sub alive? Hell yeah. I'm sure you'll be fine. Light is a very simple simulation in Dwarf Fort right now. Also, who's pumping? Thank keyboard's too far over. Alright, so this is gonna take a little while still. Ultra detailed sonar light, which can, you know, I don't know if their beard is a good argument for everything because lady dwarves don't have beards, you know? And it's like, it makes it tricky. It's like, well, how do they fish? With their beard. Well, how do lady dwarves fish? With their beard? So it's like, it's kind of it's an issue. That's fucked up. I didn't know that that can happen. That beard from the stockpile. That's a mental image, let me tell you. Shout out to the person who sent me $7 or 7.7950923584195399968 basic attention token. I've just received a basic attention token tip. And Formula One just sent out an email about Queen Elizabeth. It's going to be impossible to avoid for a little bit. Until needed as per quantum superposition. Sure. Wait, is today actually the Queen's birthday? Somebody, I just saw a tweet saying, did the Queen really just die on her birthday? And now I'm like very confused. No? Okay, so that's an incorrect tweet then. Saturday, June 10th? Okay. It's in August? Wait, what? I think. I was going to say, it's clearly not in August unless Banana's wrong. 25 days ago? Okay. You know what? I'm going to her Wikipedia page. Elizabeth. Let's second. April 21st. It's her birthday. You can tell that the news is only really just getting out there because all of these news stories, like CNN's stories from 15 minutes ago, The Guardian's got a story up 14 minutes ago, BBC's an hour ago. Meanwhile, CTV News put out a story 7 hours ago, so shout outs to them for being ahead of the curve. No wonder she was so old. I mean, 96. Pretty old. Was it 2.5? Then okay, I have a question. If she died 2.5 hours ago, how did CTV News have an article up 7 hours ago saying that she died? Oh, so they only announced her death 2.5 hours ago. Yeah, okay, but. CTV must have just had an in with the royal family and just knew. CTV's Canadian news. Hey, Vess. Thanks for the 28th month. Welcome back.
Coffee. Crypt comfy.
Yeah, there was. I remember seeing something yesterday in the evening when I was on Reddit that, like, I think in /r World News, that the Queen was in poor health. Because I usually look at World News. It's a pretty decent aggregate for Kind of just like the gist of what the fuck's going on the planet at a glance. CTV is pretty good at not posting incorrect information. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for the resub, please and thanks? Thank you very much for the 3rd resub of the day. Speaking of the Queen's ended a mandate. All right, well. There isn't a new one in there, so we're good. The Forgotten Beast, Lozu, has come. Lozu Esru Lat has come. A towering one-eyed deer. It has large mandibles, and it undulates rhythmically. Its rose hair is long and wavy. Beware its webs. That's like something from a Studio Ghibli movie. Rose-colored deer. So this cavern lair is sealed off currently. I don't think it has a way in, and I think there's another Forgotten Beast in here. Don't know if it's currently just gonna go murder a whole bunch of Crundles. Kind of Princess Mononoke-ish. That or Spirited Away. Yeah, it's like some weird forest gremlin. Oh. Trying to decide if I want to fight it, because that one seems fun to fight. Gremlin. Off-brand gremlin. Wouldn't there be Princess Mononoke for Queen? Yeah, there is the forest god in Mononoke. I mean, yeah, it is very Mononoke-esque, but it could be from many of the Ghibli films. It's very much that sort of, like, majestic but also somewhat demented aesthetic. There's this thread on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit that hurts to read a little bit. People talking about Dwarf Therapist in the Steam version, and there's some responses in here where people are just like, it's necessary, it's a must. And it's really funny to me because, like, I got to talk with Zach and Tarn about Dwarf Therapist and their takes on Dwarf Therapist and whether or not it's necessary, and them going, we don't understand why people like it so much. Well, it's not even just spreadsheets. It's like, it's game stability. Like, when we were out on Saturday, Zach was talking about testing the game and saying that he's only had one crash since they started implementing the new features. And it was because he was fucking around with dev tools and jumping ahead 6 months at a time to speed time up. And he said that they constantly get bug reports. And it's bug reports for crashing and complaints about crashing. And they're never able to replicate them. To the point where they almost ignore most of the crashing reports unless they're immediately able to replicate it, because it's almost always like the fault of Dwarf Therapist. Because Dwarf Therapist can contort the game and make it do things it's not supposed to do. Like, give gremlins clothes as an example. Which, I don't know. I really wish, like, it has its uses. Like, I fully understand its uses, but I really wish that it wasn't so, oh, it's mandatory to play by so much of the community, because it actively makes the experience of playing Dwarf Fortress less good. Actively, consistently, and frequently makes that experience less good. Which I think is kind of a shame. The problem is it's external and parallel to game loop. Sure. It's got a lot more problems than that, but that's a problem. Like, here's the thing. I got no issues with DF Hack, but DF Therapist just, like, boggles my mind why so many people use it. I mean, if you want, like, the labors grid, just use the one built into DF Hack, and it won't crash your game so much. But I don't know. It just it's worrisome when, like, okay, so here's the thread that I'm referring to, right? It's been a while since I played. I've been following the dev notes for Steam version, but I don't recall seeing anything about Therapist. Is the new DF version going to include a quality of life functions for DF Therapist, ease access of information, UI changes, make it, it's going to render unnecessary? Is DF Therapist going to be updated to work alongside the anyone has any info on this? Thanks. And then, like, this comment. They show new labors in the PAX demo, but it's definitely a step up from the preference in labors, especially for a small fort. But it seems like Dwarf Therapist will still be pretty an important tool for any fortresses with 50 plus dwarves. The fuck are you smoking? Like, what the hell? No. No, 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 no. And then there's a few people agree with him, and then this person pops and says, yeah, just to chime in, not taking away from people who like to play with Dwarf Therapist, but there are some of us who definitely prefer without. It's a different style of play, but not worse. Exactly. Rumbles. The fact that it has happy values for dwarves helps when the fort gets big. How are you managing your forts that you have problems with unhappy dwarves? Like, genuine question. Like, the only dwarves that get upset in this fortress are ones whose entire families die in front of them. Or ones that get thrown in prison for, I don't know, a mandate that I screwed up and don't like being in prison. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, Dwarf Fortress is supposed to simulate reality, right? Not everybody is perfectly mentally stable or will survive. I don't know. It's such a, such a ridiculous argument, though. I don't know. Therapist drives me bonkers, man. Since suddenly a second life bar appears. Eh. Sure, but I'm arguing as to why do people still think that Dwarf Therapist is necessary? As in it ruins all immersion? Absolutely, Diamond. That's my main beef with it. There are some dwarves that are just wired that they will go nuts. Like, it's just kind of an impossibility. Certain dwarves are just fundamentally broken. Just like some people are just fundamentally broken. And that, I think, is one of the coolest features of Dwarf Fortress, is that you can't keep everybody happy. And I think trying to keep everybody happy using Dwarf Therapist is just like a false way to play. Like, it's just, I don't know. Bothers me. Bothers me, it bothers me, it bothers me. And it's still my genuine opinion that if Premium comes out and half the community is still shouting that you need therapists, they've failed. Largely failed. To the point where, like, I wish that they just straight up would stop updating Therapist. Like, keep updating DFHack. DFHack's cool and provides useful tools. Therapist shouldn't be updated anymore. That thing should be left behind for old versions. Because everything about the game will improve without Therapist. I don't think it's going to have a breakout window in Steam. Premium's certainly not going to have breakout windows, I can tell you that. But I genuinely believe that if the community still demands that, it's a massive shame. But you're not one of the people that bothers me. You just like playing with it, and that's fine. Right, Zakos? It's the people who say, it's required for fortresses of 50 plus dwarves. That's where I become blinking emoji. Like, what? Required? Excuse me? But I don't know. Falfon the clother has entered into a fey mood. I mean, no you don't. Jobs menu. Look for the names of the dwarves. You can literally just hit jobs menu and see who's doing what. You can see, like, if nothing's getting done, hit J or jobs, whatever the jobs menu will be in Premium, and just have a glance. You can see what their jobs are. So if something's not getting done, that'll tell you why. It's like, oh, if that's not getting done and there's 20,000 hauling jobs, it's like, okay, well, that answers that question. I need to lower down the number of haulers that can go to each stockpile, or add in wheelbarrows and limit it to wheelbarrows. Problem solved. I don't see that as a, you know, a problem. That just seems perfectly logical. Unless I'm, like, crazy and off base, but... Or minecarts, exactly. Also, I think in Premium it says what the dwarf is currently doing, and just like here in the user screen. So if you want to see what your brewers are currently doing, go to the unit screen, which I can't do right now because the game's saving, but... Literally just go to the units screen and it says what everybody's doing. So if you're just like, man, why are my fishers not doing that? You press one button and it tells you what they're doing. It's the culture of the internet likes to exaggerate. I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because the last time there was a major update to Dwarf Fortress, which was in 2021, my view count quintupled for a week. We went from having 50 to 70 people to having 150, 250, 350 people. And you want to know why? It's because none of them could play the game because they didn't have therapists. I don't think it's an exaggeration. I think some people genuinely don't know how to play this game without it. But yeah, no, if you literally just hit this, it says what they're all doing. So if you want to know what, Banana, if you want to know what all your brewers are doing, literally just scroll through this menu and you know what your brewers are doing. So. Do minecarts function like wheelbarrows without tracks? Yes, but exactly. They're on, they're wheelbarrows that carry more stuff on a fixed route, yes. I just don't bother because it takes me too long to set them up. That's one of the menus that I feel needs improvement. I know how minecarts work and I can make them work. I just don't bother because I am lazy and it takes too long. It takes me 2 hours to set up a minecart route. By the time I've set up the minecart route, the job would be done already anyway, so I just let the dwarves just do the job. To give you an idea, you can fit 156, I think, wheelbarrows in a minecart. And all of those wheelbarrows can be filled with the number of items a wheelbarrow gets filled with. You can't play without auto labor? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is going to have, essentially auto labor in premium, so. Which you will be able to disable if you want to. It's just going to be generic auto labor. So I want you to do hunting jobs. I want you to do stone cutting jobs. I want you to do crafting jobs or you can be super precise. But, auto labor is a bit much. Unfortunately, I don't think we can make literally everybody happy. No, they're not going to auto chop. They're not going to designate jobs for you. Do you not know what auto labor is? Auto labor is dwarves will automatically reassign jobs depending on what is needed. So if I don't have anybody assigned to hunt, or let's just say I don't have anybody assigned to butcher, and I put in a butchering job, one dwarf will grab a butchering job and then go do the butcher. If I make a tannery and there's a bunch of leather that needs to be tanned, a dwarf will automatically go do that. No, it's not auto butcher. We're talking about auto labor. They automatically assign labor if there's a demand for a job or an order put in for a job. They will go do the thing. That's auto labor. They're not going to just randomly start chopping down all the trees. You're still going to need to assign the trees. So if I have 50 engraving jobs ordered and only one engraver, 4 or 5 other dwarves that are just idling or socializing will assign themselves the smoothing job to go help smooth all the floors. That's auto labor. Is this planned or already in the game? It's already in premium. But you can enable it or disable it. Theoretically, it's already in the game anyway. It's just very well hidden. This autoplay is watching blind play DF? Yeah. Apparently I violated a production order? Guess I didn't complete something for the Queenie. Want some mace? Let's see how that pumping is doing. Which I'll be honest, kind of forgot about. Oh, well, that's done. Well, this is going to be a very wet hallway. We'll just let that dry up. Well, actually. Let's just channel that. And where's this? Channel this onto there. Good luck, Diamond. Good luck, Tapioca. And Thalfon has begun their mysterious construction using lignite, rough red barrels, willow logs, rough red barrels, iron bars, oval cut emeralds, 2 pieces of pigtail cloth, and berrywood logs. Good luck, Dwarf. Go make us something cool. Alright, so now that you're done that, let's go all the way over here, go down to here, and go, we've got cavern, middle cavern. Good wins to those of you who won. Also, I hope you're well, Aquasar. I like this person's comment on that thread. I've been playing Dwarf Fortress for over 10 years, and I have never once used Dwarf Therapist. I'm fine. Yes. That's the way it needs to be. That's my unpopular opinion of Dwarf Fortress, is that Therapist is not a positive thing. You're saddened by the Queen's dead? Really? Diamond, why is that? Stock market's a cutthroat place, yes. How is everyone? I'm sleepy. I slept in today. Almost slept through the start of my stream. That's how much I slept in. Which is, you know, fine. But getting by, hanging out, chilling. Looking forward to the next few days. Got a lot of podcasts to record. Should be fun. Forgot to unpause the game and was wondering why it was lagging. How do I determine who doesn't have 1 million jobs already? I don't give everyone 1 million jobs. My dwarves don't need therapy. Yeah, I do though, probably. But also, does it matter? If the task gets done, who cares? If it's masterwork quality and the task gets finished, it literally doesn't matter. Also, the game decided to stop for a second. Happens sometimes with these large maps. How do I prevent it? I check my dwarves from time to time. And also, if I see a dwarf that has 4 jobs already and I need a dwarf to do a job, I don't give that dwarf another job. I go find somebody that doesn't have a job. Like, look. You're making an artifact, so it's a bad example. Yeah, just look at a few dwarves. Like, this is all reasonable. Like, literally, it's not hard. You just don't give them a billion jobs, and if they already have some jobs, don't give them more. Yeah, that's literally the dwarven job assigning UI. You talk about this so fucking condescendingly, Tapioca. Why is that? Not necessary, Aqua. You depend on therapists too much? You should try not. Like, also, I memorize the names of my dwarves and just know them all. You'd love to not use therapists? Then don't use therapists. The heck? It's that simple, sir. Hire Stupid, thanks for gifting a sub to Tapio. Appreciate you, man. Like, I don't care how people play the game. It's when I see people saying to others that they have to use it that it bothers me. If you want to use therapist, use therapist. But the game is far from unplayable without it. You're asking about ways to mitigate your experience with not using it? Here's the thing. Don't learn this UI, right? Don't learn this UI. Do not learn this UI, right? It's a waste of your time. Keep playing with therapists. But when premium launches and the new free version launches with the new UI, don't use therapist. It's a clean break. It's an opportunity to learn a new UI because we'll all be learning the new UI. Learn to play the game without therapist then. Keep using it. Like, if you use it and you're used to it, use it. It's fine. Like, that's totally fine. Not gonna fault anybody for doing that. Do that. Especially if, like, that's the way you've learned the game. That is completely acceptable. But when the next version comes out, why? And what's making my blood boil right now is people who are already shouting about how, oh, premium isn't out yet. Oh, well, you're gonna need therapists for 50 plus dwarves. Nobody needs therapists for any dwarves. Like, it's the game is completely playable without it. But yes, what Zugi said. Do what's fun for you, but don't tell people that it's necessary, because it's not. It's really, really not. It takes a little bit longer to learn the game without it, clearly, for a lot of people. But it's still perfectly playable with or without it. It is more complicated than the stock UI. Balfon, the clother, has created hair machines, a pigtail vest, and claims it as a family heirloom. Pigtail vest, eh? It's worth 119,320 Zethal. The Fated Pack. Is it a 6-pack? This is a pigtail vest. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is made from pigtail cloth, and its object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and bayberry wood, and menaces with spikes of pigtail and emerald and iron and lignite. On the item is an image of Ushat Aqua Ring, the dwarf in red barrel. Ushat Aqua Ring is contemplating. The artwork relates to the possession of Ushat Aqua Ring in Threatdweller in the mid-spring of 231. On the item is an image of dwarves in Willow. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Threatdweller by the ancient beard of the Plank of Nations in the early spring of 212. Was it really that long ago? Gosh. On the item was an image of Aban Will-Axes, the dwarf, and dwarves in red barrel. Aban Will-Axes is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf. Will-Axes, the position of king of the Plank of Nations in the early autumn of 173. What year is it now? 234? Wow. This is a 22-year-old fort. That was quick. Didn't realize it was that old. Trying to fight with that deer forgotten beast, by the way, is what we're doing. We're setting up to fight it. Oddly enough, dwarves already have therapists, not as in dwarf therapist. It's just the mayor or whoever the head monarch is. Dwarves who are upset go and cry on a person in charge. Oh no, not a great blob composed of shit and feces, grime and filth. Dirt and feces, I guess. The forgotten beast Stongun has come. A great blob composed of grime and filth. It has two long straight tails and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly dust. This one does have access to the fort. So I'm gonna just tell all my dudes to go kill it. And hopefully the deadly dust ain't so bad. It's literally a blobby poop monster. Yep. I do love how it goes through and just like parts all the spider webs. Alright, let's see this thing. Curious about how long it's gonna take for everything to get there. Because the dwarves are all running towards it to kill it, right? It's a load of shit, literally. Yeah, hopefully the deadly dust ain't so bad, though. I'm just hoping it dies real quickly. Let's follow the pet screen. That's the dwarves who are just sleeping. Looks like Cadol is up front. 93 years old. Has 4 kills. An elf and 3 trolls. A condom model. I mean, it was wiped from history using toilet paper. and a bidet. All right, there it is. Cloud of dust. Dwarf gets up to it, and Dwarf flies into the air. And seems to come back down, and the Forgotten Beast is dead. So, hold on a second. The Forgotten Beast misses the Swordmaster. The Forgotten Beast is caught in a burst of their own extract. The Swordmaster scratches the beast in the body. Forgotten Beast is caught in the clouds of their own... Did you literally dodge the dust? I think this dwarf dodged the dust, chat. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the body. I like that the dwarf, like, jumped into mid-air and came back down. I think that this dwarf jumped over the cloud of dust. Anyway, the Forgotten Beast is dead. I'm pretty sure he jumped over it. Fart parry. I mean, they train their entire life to be able to use that skill. Shitstorm. Yep. Dodge the shitstorm. That is true. All right. Well, success, I say. We've got another beast to kill. So while they're right there, I'm going to queue up the dwarves to be right here. He trained in the martial farts. Oh, no. Mechanisms have been installed. Quick wipe pun monarch here. Should I? Really? Which dwarf was it? It was... Hodal. Grime wiper. There you go. They wiped the grime off of the earth. Well done, grime wiper. You hero among dwarves. You're supposed to... I'm going to go rest. That's slightly... In before they die on the way back, like they develop some weird affliction because they got a couple dust particles on them. The station is back down the stairs. I guess you go up there and then you go to the station. Sure. It's very inconvenient. So they're going to go form up in that long hallway that I just dug. I'm going to tell the dwarves to dig through the end of the long hallway. And that will give the fancy deer who shoots webs route into here. And we're going to slay that beast. Actually, you know what? We're going to station them back here. There's also giant bats down here, apparently. One of the things that I'm also very excited for about the Steam version that hasn't been, like, announced or anything, but was shown in the most recent live stream, as well as the music announcement video. Animal people and hostile entities and entities that are just visiting, you can look at their thoughts now. So previously, like you just get a visual description of them, but their description says like their recent thoughts, not their entire history, but just their recent thoughts, which I think is really cool. Yeah, you can connect as many bridges as you want to one trigger. Yeah. So that could be like a pressure plate. It could be a lever. You could connect 12 floodgates and 2 levers all to the same thing. Let's see, where's this deer beastie? Yeah, that's more effort than I'm willing to put into it right now. I just want to fight this forgotten beast, assuming it's not dead already.
:D.
Damn, that's an old sub. You know, every now and again, subs pop up that I haven't seen in a while, and it's like, wow. Thank you for keeping that sub alive for 53 months, Stickman. Been a long time. I just see a dwarf run out in there. Yep. Well, okay. Let's just let them all go back and then shut and get drinks and stuff. And then we'll just shut the gate for a little bit. Many moons indeed. What you been up to, Stickman? Over the past, 3 years or whatever it's been. I mean, according to chat logs, you haven't said anything in the chat since, oh, you killed an ogre. That's what you did. You haven't said anything in the chat logs since, 2019, so. It's literally been eons. Okay, you run upstairs. Sweet. Let's pull that lever, which is the one that I set to lock that door down there. Kind of few vacations here and there. Oh, that's good. It's good to hear that people can still get outside. All right. Now that's closed, so I can unlock the dwarves. Let them go back to whatever the hell they were doing. Chill until that beastie shows up again, I suppose. Let's try and trade with these humans briefly, which I kind of forgot to do. Also want to go up here. There you go, there's the pigtail vest that we can put into storage. I'm just impressed that you kept that sub alive for so long. Some things have changed around here in the past 3 years. I only stream 3 days a week now, but the streams I do are very long. So. You're just not the chattiest? Gotcha. So then why did you pick today to pop a 53-month resub and say hi. Did anything change, or is there a special occasion, or did you just feel like it today? But I appreciate the lurks, though. Definitely was a theoretical physicist, as they say. Queen's forgotten a demand. No, she hasn't. Still wants a glass bed window in her bedroom. What's the mayor want? Grates, rock, grate, 2, iron, mace, 2. But appreciate you. Thanks for lurking. And thanks for, keeping that sub alive. It's them subs that help me pay bills. Your heart hurts from that one? I think it's a pun. Like, I'm pretty sure that that's just a dad joke. Like, I don't think I refuse to believe that there are people out there who don't think that Albert Einstein was a real person. I refuse to believe that. So my assumption is that it was just a dad joke, and news for you. Queen Elizabeth has died at age 96. Thanks, Twitter. As if I didn't already notice. Who's Albert? Einstein. And then there's Tanya Short's take on the Queen's death, which is just, if Charles were actually savvy, he would take the next little while to figure out how to dissolve the monarchy while extracting as much wealth for himself as possible, rather than wait for the inevitable, maybe metaphorical, if he's lucky, guillotine to hit first. Yeah. Extract as much money as possible and get the fuck out. It's probably the wise way to go. Sell some nukes. I don't think that the royal family has the keys to the nukes, but how else am I gonna hire Doc Brown to make me a time machine without plutonium? So yeah, sell some nukes. Got to deconstruct those. Wait, did you actually mean to say nudes instead of nukes? There's Albert talk? Not really. There's just a meme and post memes on my Discord, which I thought was funny. We need to brew more booze. I mean, if Charles made an OnlyFans page, that would be mildly disturbing, because I don't think anybody needs to see that. So, just gonna throw that out there. All right, so that was in fact what we needed. All right, so let's just channel out this and channel out that. Hopefully nobody falls in. Mildly disturbing yet wildly popular, you bet? You would not join that OnlyFans. I mean, a tasteful nudes king calendar. I wonder how many people are 3D modeling the queen into VR chat. I mean, you only need one person to do it once, right? From Villains Private Islands. Sure. RSG, how you doing? And have you ever contemplated stealing nukes from Villains Private Islands? We're talking about important subjects right now, as you can tell. All right, and with that statement, Animal, let's change the subject. Sealing off more lava. "30 different versions of the Uganda Knuckles." Yeah, well, that was a racist meme, so of course there's going to be a lot of versions of that. Let's just get that done. Could boil off some of it. Gonna have to dig out a lot of this to make this actually work, but it's fine. Digging out and sealing, digging out and sealing, digging out and sealing on repeat. Then we can go see if there's actually a portal to hell right there, which I think there is. Pretty certain that there is. So RSG's in a beer mood. This Dwarf ton has been tantruming on and off for quite some time. But they never tantrum for very long. Although I think they got some disorderly conduct charges against them recently, which kind of sucks, but it's not going to calm down for a couple of weeks, if I were to guess. At least it was actually, like, correct this time. The last few times the queen died, according to social media, it was literally, like, an accidental statement sent out. So really? In regards to this last thing? Funko announcing a figure of the queen? Actually, chat room, genuine question. No jokes. Does the royal family announce a queen NFT collection? Genuine question. Oh no, a horse has been bitten by a cave spider. That's unfortunate. No way. Depends on how woke they're. The woke has nothing to do with NFT collections. Depends on how greedy they are. Wokeness has nothing to do with it. NFT seats at the funeral. Like, hoy. I mean, I could seat that, Orange. Maybe not see it. I think Charles is thankfully too old for that. I mean, he is like 70. I'm just very amused by the Canadian Twitter just going, we don't want Chuck on our money. Which I'm quite amused by right now. Can't you already get lordship over over a 1 acre plot in England for a few dollars? I thought that was Scotland that does that. Isn't like the buying land in Scotland thing like the scam that they make money off of? Pretty sure that's the scam that they make money off of. Has he though? I mean, I have a question. Oh no. Do I have dwarves that are actually drowning down here? Oh, this is a problem. Climb out. Didn't quite realize that it was that deep. Come on, Dwarfy, you got this. Just, come on. The other one made it out. Let's just cancel all the middle digging bits here. I make this far side higher priority. Not the magma crab. I want you to follow this dwarf. Come on, you can make it out. Ah, darn it. Well, I mean, I think Tanya Short's take on Twitter was pretty legit, which is if he was smart, he would dissolve it and try and make as much money off of the dissolving of it as possible. And then walk away. That's the smartest thing he could possibly do. To protect it from development? Oh, really? So it actually had like a use? Well, that's interesting. I was unaware of that. I thought it was just a racket, to be honest. So I'll be honest, it kind of just seemed like a racket. Dwarf, you should dig out the land underneath you. There you go. All the water's flowing out, which is good. Down here, I need this. Be dug out on priority 1. Oh, the spider game? Webbed? A little spider platformer? Looks cool. Remember seeing that around a little bit. Never did play it, though. I need to brew more alcohol because the gnomes keep drinking it. Yes, I'm mining through lava veins because I want to safely beat Breach. The whatever you want to call it, hidden fun stuff, the circus, the whatever. So, yes, that is what I'm doing. Trying to go for a safe breach. You got spider lasers. Wait, what? You watch some scenes and the fact that you get spider lasers and a dedicated dance button really Oh, in Webbed? You know what spider game I'm looking for? I think it's going to be on Steam. Yeah, Spider Heck. This is a game I'm looking forward to. You play as spiders with lightsabers. It's kind of like Smash Brothers or like Duck Game or anything, but it's a physics-based spider game where you have lightsabers. And sometimes guns. And then at the end of every round, everybody chooses a perk, and then you do it again. One of the games I poked briefly at PAX. Has a demo if you want to try it. That's just rounds of spider and a lightsaber? Yeah, problem. To me, to be honest, I've always wanted to play rounds, but I don't have anybody to play it with. Exactly. See, no problem? Perfect. Also, it's called Spider Heck, which is great. Also, I think I'm going to cancel all the jobs from up here and just go down below. Also cancel all these. Go down to here, go up to there, and go up to there. Then as the water drains out, it should just be fine. We're carrying the body out finally, that's good. This looks like the most dangerous mining you've seen in DF ever. How's that? There's just water everywhere. I just accidentally drowned somebody. If they had swimming lessons, they wouldn't have drowned. Also, I know where the lava is. I would say trying to expose the lava sea is more dangerous when you don't exactly know where the lava is. Even if you have, like, an approximation of where the lava is. Keep getting encoding overloaded. What the hell? New OBS, you weak. Well, got two dwarves in prison. Neither of them are thrilled about it. Got mechanisms being constructed. Stuff burning. It's a pretty good time. You guys can follow this cat, chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Kirby. I mean, using water as part of mining is actually a very normal thing. And a very legitimate mining method. It's just a little dangerous here because there's also lava right around us, and you know, I'm sure it's hot and muggy and hard to breathe, but we're also doing just fine, it seems. It looks weirdly fascinating. Do you have any knowledge of Dwarf Fortress, or is that just like a general question? Because the short answer is yes. Like, I think the easiest way to describe how deep Dwarf Fortress is by describing how the HP system works. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have an HP system. It calculates blood, bones, muscles, tendons, skin, teeth, fat, organs. Knows the status of every single one of those things in every single dwarf at any given time. And you don't die because you take X number of hits and then your HP bar goes to 0. You die because you got a cut somewhere on your body, and then that part of your body starts bleeding, and instead of the blood clotting fast enough, you bleed out and die. So that's the easiest way to explain that. Also, this game's free, by the way. There will be a paid version available sometime in the next 6 months, probably, which will have graphics and music. Yeah, no, the game's free. !DF if you want a link to the website. But Dwarf Fortress is the original inspiration for Minecraft. It's the original inspiration for RimWorld. It is a major inspiration for a lot of indie games, and a lot of games that you've potentially played, or at least have some knowledge of. Yeah, it's Dwarf Fortress is a game that's been around for a very long time. It's been in active development since 2003. It's the first crowdfunded game. It's a colony sim? Yes and no. So I'm just going to assume that you're familiar with RimWorld, right? It's like RimWorld, but also you can just take control of one person by retiring the fortress and go on an open world action RPG adventure where you play as one character in a giant open turn-based world. So yes, it's a colony sim, but also it's a world simulation with an open world RPG element. It's kind of like, this isn't what the vanilla game looks like. It's kind of like Minecraft, where there's more tile sets for it than you could really count. And there are a lot of them. So if you do kind of like mess around with it, realize that you can just install graphics packs for it. This is actually what the vanilla game looks like. Which is, you know, still largely the same game. It's just a little bit trickier to look at if you don't know what you're looking at. The dwarves are represented by these little dwarf dudes. Gotta zoom in. So, this is what vanilla looks like. But I have a tile set installed, so it's a little bit easier to parse for some people. Yeah, like Diamond's saying, there's 3 modes. There's Fortress mode, which is kind of a colony sim, Adventure mode, which is a single-player open-world RPG, and then Legends mode, which is basically just it takes a printout of your world, because this is the world that we have generated, right? And it's rather large. When you generate a world in Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't just give you a map, right? It gives you histories, books, tools, musical instruments, forms of poetry, for some very specific characters, language. It generates factions, it generates religions, it generates wars. How do you change tile sets on the fly like that? So in the init files, you can set a tile set for windowed mode and a tile set for full screen. I have a tile set for windowed mode, but I don't have one set for full screen. So if I make the game full screen by hitting F12, it jumps to vanilla. Also, or sorry, not F12, F11 to go full screen. F12 sets the font that you have, the custom font that you have set to the default font, which is how I can just, you know, do that. Which is useful for reading certain menus that fit better. But yeah, no, this game's largely made by 2 brothers, Zach and Tarn Adams. It was, like, basically the birth of crowdfunded indie games. Uh-oh, there's a bunch of magma crabs in my fort. But yeah, it was essentially the birth of crowdfunded indie games. But right now, this fort is pretty end game, so. But yeah, if you have any questions, just shout. If you want to try the game, the first link is the official website where you can get the game for free. The second link is the upcoming Steam version, which is exactly the same game, just with they've spent 1.5 to 2 years retooling the UI and making it more approachable for, like, modern gamers, I guess is a nice way to put it. But the ASCII version will still exist and will still be free, and will also get the UI upgrades, but will not get the graphical upgrades. So the game will still be free after the new version is out, which will probably be sometime in the next 4 months, because it's damn near finished. But yeah, no, Minecraft wouldn't exist without this game. RimWorld wouldn't exist without this game. Most colony sims that you play wouldn't exist without this game. Kenshi probably wouldn't exist without this game. It's one of the most important, air quotes, games of the last, like, 20 years. But it's a very, very believable story generator and world generator. Like, this is a dwarf in my fortress, right? This is their recent thoughts. If I scroll down a little bit, and the premium version is going to sort this information a lot better. The turquoise text is the god that they worship. The blue text here is like their allegiance and the factions they've been part of. That's their age. That's their visual appearance. That is their strength / agility. This is their likes and dislikes. This is like their kind of creative outlook and mental state in a way. This is their species and who they are and what their species believes in and values. This is their goals in life and their belief system. And this down here is their personality, which does actually affect the game and how they interact with other people, and whether or not they're going to get along with people and develop friendships and whatnot. And then down here is whether or not they're happy. Like this dwarf is distracted after being away from family. Well, she has no family in this fort, so that's probably got something to do with it. She does, however, have a pet duck, though, which does kind of count as family. But yeah, it's good fun. You know, I keep on meaning to go back and play, like, some of the first ever versions of Dwarf Fortress pre-Z level days. Just because I think it would be a bunch of fun. As like a, man, remember this? Boy. Just like as a, man, remember this kind of deal? But, and how does the fort interact with the world? So this fort is currently the mountain home. This is our fortress. The way this fortress interacts with the world is, when the world generates, right, it doesn't just generate your fortress, right? It generates all those things that I talked about, but it also generates every single living entity in the world, and to a degree, tracks its history, knows where that character is, and is actively following it. That's why there's memes, which aren't totally accurate, about how this game could bring a supercomputer to its knees. This game will scream to a halt at points because of events happening elsewhere in the world. So like right here, this is a series of Elven Settlements, right? These little yellow things. There's, 100 people in each of these approximately. That one has 1,000. These are all people that the game, like if I were to go into Legends mode and look at this location, I could find the names of all of these people, right? So that's an estimation. I don't know the exact number of people there, but the estimation is 200. Okay, so there's an estimation of 200 people in the Growl of Vestibles at the Forest Retreat of a Sparkle Dented of the Squeezing Birth, an Elven civilization. So I could go into Legends mode and see how many people are there, right? But the way the fortress interacts with the world, it depends on what you do. This fortress, our fortress, we've taken over and destroyed a bunch of these goblin sites down here. So all of these gray sites we've destroyed. So that's a permanent impact on the world. There's less goblins that can move around now, less goblins that can travel, less goblins that can speak to one another. If I hit N, it takes us to the news and happenings. So these are all of my various artifacts or groups or famous people that are known to be either kept or dwelling in Threatdweller. So things that are known to be here. So people could come from around the world and try and steal my artifacts. They could come and try and visit. Maybe they just want to stay in the fortress for a bit to read my books and then leave. Maybe they want to visit my library for the purpose of study and they want to write a book and then take that book and leave. Maybe they want to come into the fortress and spy to see if we have a lot of valuables. And if we do, maybe they want to go back home and tell their faction we should invade this fortress. And then eventually threats will begin to show up and things will attack us. We also have effect on the world by killing forgotten beasts and creatures down in the deep, which I'm lining up to do right now. Or not right now, but I'm lining up to prepare for. I've been welcomed to my chat room, apparently. Twitch's chat servers are finicky today. But yeah, it's all that kind of thing. So another way that I can heavily interact with the world is, let's just say I have 2 fortresses in this world. I actually have a bunch of fortresses I've made in this world with various dwarven factions. I could go start a party of elves in this Elven Forest Retreat, maybe this one. This Elven, because that one's too busy. This small Elven Forest Retreat here, I could make a party of 12 elves, and we could go on an adventure, kind of like a Kenshi-esque adventure, where we wander down to the edge of this mountain, skim the edges, maybe get into some fights with some locals, and then walk up here and sneak into this fortress, steal a bunch of artifacts, and then retreat back to the original starting point, and then leave the artifacts there. I could retire those adventures and reclaim this fortress, and my artifacts would be gone. And if my dwarves saw it in the process, then they would know that those elves did it, and then we'd have reason to go invade them. I could do that as the player. So there's a lot of ways you can affect the world and bend it to your storytelling whims if you want. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where you can, like, the entire, like, development goal of Dwarf Fortress is Zach and Tarn Adams want to make a game that you can play forever. That is the goal of Dwarf Fortress, to be a game that you could play forever. And largely, they're succeeding. Because I have thousands of hours in this game now, and I'm certainly not running out of stuff to do. Just trying to drain this water out. It's also got a pretty accurate physics simulation. Yeah, no, totally. Also, like as an example, this is my fortress, right? Actually, let's use this example. Down here is a Hillix, which is a surface fortress that's part of the same faction as my current fortress. And right here is the fortress of Murky Mirrors, which is another fortress I built. Okay. Now, Murky Mirrors had some dwarves in it. When I retired Murky Mirrors, those dwarves all traveled here. A bunch of them did here to Most Urn, which is was my mountain home, right? So this faction is very small and only had the 2 fortresses, and then I started the 3rd fortress up here, right? They traveled down here to the mountain home and joined the royalty ranks very quickly. After a little bit, those dwarves became royalty. Then I started Threatdweller over here, right? And went to war with these goblins. This goblin fortress here with 5,000 goblins invaded the mountain home and destroyed it, scattering refugees out into this area. And there was actually some refugee icons around here for a bit. They then traveled here and moved in with me, Threatdweller. So I started a fortress here. A large population of it moved here while I started Threatdweller. And then when this fortress got destroyed and we became the mountain home, while I'm playing this fortress, no, not while I was playing somewhere else, while I was playing this fortress that you're seeing right now, my mountain home got destroyed and that population migrated to here. I'll say this, as long as you're not, like, allowing 500 cats to populate your fortress, Dark Schultz, frame rate has gotten a lot better in the last 2 versions. Don't quote me on this, but Zach Adams did say that they've had an average of a 20% frame rate increase from this version that I'm playing right now, which is the most recent version, into the premium version. So the premium version that they're working on runs on average at 20% faster. And the fortress that they showed at PAX, which had 200 dwarves and a couple hundred animals and a bunch of visitors, running on a crappy laptop from 2014, had 50 frames per second. So I'm not saying frame rates are improving. I'm just saying frame rates improving. So. Also, I have like 8 other forts in this world, part of a different faction at the other end of the world that have been doing other things all the time. And I've seen artifacts moving around and stuff. You hope so? I mean, at some point, we're just going to brute force this game into running well. This Dwarf Fortress is just like any big simulation game, you know? Like, if you play Cities Skylines for 30 hours in one city, it'll eventually start to run bad. Dwarf Fortress is just kind of the same way. If you're running into serious frame rate problems, retire the fortress and go somewhere else and then go back later. That's a pretty consistent way to fix frame rates, I find. Is just retire the fort for a bit. Yeah, no, that too. Also, Premium Dwarf Fortress is just going to have an option in the options menu to disable and enable temperature. So that's also cool. I've never really had problems with frame rate in Dwarf Fort. Like, this is an abnormally large map. This is as big as you can make it, this map. And I have, like, I had 180 dwarves, but I'm down to 130 because my faction's dead. Because my mountain home died. So, this fortress runs largely just fine for how big it is. Like, there's the occasional hitch, but I think that this map runs just fine. Perfectly playable. Okay, so Dwarf Fortress is designed to run at 60 FPS, not 120. So if you're setting your game to 120 FPS, you're going to start getting physics errors, for one thing. And that sounds like you're fucking something up real bad, because that's not normal. That's very much not normal, Schultz. Like, I'm not telling you, like, you're playing the game wrong or anything, but that's not normal. I've never experienced a frame drop like that for just some chickens laying eggs. Not once. Yeah, you're actively breaking something somewhere. Something is wrong. That is not normal. Like, has anybody else in chat experienced the thing that Schultz just said? That, or you're running on the game on a Pentium 1 or something. Maybe the tile set do something? I mean, what version of the game are you playing? Because that is not normal. But yeah, you should not be running the game at 120 frames a second. You will literally run into physics errors. Yeah, unless you have doors everywhere in your fortress that are not pet, which, by the way, is a feature that's being removed from the game due to it causing problems. Unless you're, like, locking doors everywhere and making them not pet passable, I have no idea what could be causing that. Yes, Pablo, you should not turn the frame rate up in Dwarf Fortress. Just let it run at the default. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where, like, the speed of the game is tied to frame rate, and if you crank up the speed of the game, it will break things. I generally see large frame drops when 600 goblins spawn in off the side of the map. That's bad, Pablo. Another reason to not use Lazy Noob Pack. Yeah, you'll have dwarves teleporting through walls and stuff. 47.05? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'd really like to see that save file, because that seems weird. Like, completely broken. I mean, I've had dwarves I stopped setting the frame rate up when I had problems with dwarves phasing through walls. Which isn't really a physics glitch. It's more of a space-time continuum glitch, but you know. You've tested it a few times. Have you reported it? Whew. Yeah, I mean, that would absolutely cause frame rate death, but you're also not really supposed to run with more than 220 living entities in your fortress. But, I mean, congratulations on achieving frame rate death, because yes, that would do it. The game's designed to comfortably have about 300 entities, tops. If you start going up to the 600s, yeah, you're gonna run into issues. That's a given. Here's the thing, right? I have like 40 emus in Long Death that are constantly laying eggs. No issues. Actually, I have a question. Is it dwarves trying to path to where the eggs are? Like, are the eggs in a weird place? I mean, I also have a solution. Just don't bring chickens. Don't give them nests to lay eggs in. If that's completely destroying your frame rate for some unknowable reason, do a fresh install and don't build chickens. Nope. It's like, I have two thoughts. Like, I know that, like, actually, hold on a second. Are all of the chickens in the pasture? Because if they're not, and there's one outside of the pasture that's stuck somewhere that needs to lay an egg that wants to get to the pasture, it would really piss it off. And that might hurt your frames. But that's, like, the only thing I could think of. Because, like, I don't know. I had a fort not that long ago in this world that had, like, 200 dwarves and a huge pasture full of turkeys that were all constantly laying eggs. No frame rate problems. The only time I had frame rate problems was when I dropped the water cannons on the humans, and that was because it was kind of like trying to calculate, like, probably 100,000 metric tons of cubic tons of water to dump on something's head. So there was a lot of physics going on there. Yeah, I've never had an issue with eggs. Not once. That is bizarre. Which leads me to believe that there's something weird with your install, but I would just try. Honestly, my question is, make a new install, have the same fortress set up, and see if it still happens. Like, and when I say fresh install, I mean no DF hack, no dwarf therapist, no lazy noob pack, no tile set, completely vanilla. Try it, see if that happens, because then at the very least, you'll know what, like, it's one of those things that's causing it. That's what I would do. And if you still have the same error, then report it as a bug. Really? I've never had a turkey egg. I've had quail eggs. Different thing, though. But yeah, that's what I would do to try and, like, because I've had weird issues happen in old saves before, and just, like, done a fresh install and tried that, and it worked. I actually, one of the issues I was having was I had another install where I was trying to do some advanced world gen stuff, and it always crashed, always crashed, always crashed. I did a fresh install, which is this one that I'm playing now, did the exact same world gen parameters, and it worked first time. Fluids are usually what bogs the game. You raise turkeys for eggs and meat while all the posts until they try it. No issues. I don't find so I've been told I have no issues with fluids. I have no issues with fluids. That's something I didn't think I'd say out loud today. Thank you very much to Colts for the tier 1 subscription. Check, and I get our big round of beers. I don't have any issues with fluids causing lag at all. I do have the only thing that really causes lag on this computer for Dwarf Fortress is fire blocking pathing. It's the only thing that genuinely will just, like, slow the game to a crawl. Or one military dwarf stuck in a tree, and then I tell the military to leave the map to raid a town. When that's the only dwarf left, the frame rate goes donk down to 0. Or sub-0, like less than a frame a second. But those are the only 2 times that I have serious lag problems in Dwarf Fortress. See how deep this is. I may have fucked this a little bit. May have just drowned a dwarf. Whoopsies. Oh no, he climbed up. Whew. Might have to empty that. Oh, hey. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Well, we'll let that water do its thing for a bit, and we'll deal with this. This is probably gonna cause some lag. Although, keep in mind, I do have a pretty beefy PC for Dwarf Fortress specifically. I got an i7 700K processor, which is about one of the best processors you can have. I think the new Ryzen's are more efficient, but on the single clock speed. But I have about as good a computer as you could have to run Dwarf Fortress with. All right, let's just get this done quickly. Airhall Clay pulls lever. Boop. Looks like we got goblins and beak dogs. Already 159 of them. This is going to be a big siege, I think. Yeah, this is going to be a very big siege. You guys get to see my frame rate slow down. The default siege max, I think, is 300. I have it set to 600. So frame rate does slow down, but it's fine. I know that there's, I know one problem that can happen with fluids, and this is related to temperatures. Some computers have problems with this. I don't think mine does, but if you're pumping lava into a cold biome, the conflicting temperatures apparently can hurt the frames. But I've never really noticed any egregious examples of that on this computer. So, I guess keep that in mind. I don't need 50 threads at 1.4 gigahertz each when most games use 2 threads. And well, actually, DF uses 2 threads, believe it or not. It does use 2 threads. But yeah, no, I'm also not that jazzed. I mean, 16 threads, 18 thread, or 8 thread processors. It's like that's great for rendering. Super useful for rendering, but I don't need that for video games, that's for sure. So the second thread has been in the game for about 10 years, and the second thread is for graphics and UI, which is why if the game is running like absolute butts on sandpaper, and you hit U, this runs at full frames. It's because the menus are running on a separate thread. But the game will never be properly multi-threaded, which is fine. Because the game would need to be rewritten from the ground up and the entire engine would need to be rewritten. This game was written, you know, like started development in 2002 and 2003 when like duo-core processors weren't really a thing. So it doesn't need to be multi-threaded. Darren, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 28th
smile /0
month. Cheers, man. Check, and I get a round of beers for Darren, keeping that sub alive for 1 billion years. Had some really long time resubs today, you know? As well as a couple new ones, which is really nice. It's like we had 28 months. 15 months, 53 months, 28 months, brand new Prime sub. Good times. And a brand new sub, not a Prime sub. See, I've heard of AAA development, but I've never heard of quad A development. I assume that's a typo and it's funny. I don't think AAA has even really figured it out. It's not what you need. And it's ridiculous of people to complain that Dwarf Fortress isn't multi-threaded. But I did promise yesterday if somebody manages to multi-thread Dwarf Fortress via modding, I will eat a shoe. So I need to figure out an edible shoe, I guess. That is immortalized on my streams, in my stream archives now, that I will eat a shoe if someone successfully manages to make Dwarf Fortress multi-threaded and it improves the game. A croc? No, I'm good. Well, this isn't an awkward question, but considering your association with Tarn Adams, would I say that Toady is actually good at coding? I don't know anything about programming, and I haven't seen the game's code, so I have no idea. I will say that he's a genius, and he's excessively smart, so he's probably as good as anyone, any self-taught programmer could be. But I have no idea, genuinely, because I know some basic HTML3. So, like, and a little bit of CSS and PHP, like, and some basic Python. Basic. I know enough Python to make an infinite number counter that crashes a computer. And that's about it. And I know how to make it run in the background without telling the person using the computer that it's running. So, he does have a master in mathematics, yes. He's also been programming games since he was like 11 years old. So I know enough coding to blue screen. Yes, exactly. That's about the same as here. Is he is Toady an expert in modern programming? Now that I don't know. But I will say this. We just need Dwarf Fortress to sell 1 million copies because Katarn Adams has stated many times, at this point, many times, including several times over the weekend when I had dinner with him, that they are still thinking about planning to and highly considering open sourcing World Generation if they sell 1 million copies. So buy 1 million copies of this game, chat. Buy 1 million copies of this video game when it's released. That's all that matters. We need to sell 1 million copies. If we sell 1 million copies, we get open source World Gen. Just the World Gen component of the game, not the rest of the game, but just the World Gen component. Make color bots for RuneScape? Yeah, no, fair enough. The unconfirmed price estimate on itch.io currently states that it will sell for $30. Subject to change. It was originally 20, but they upped it about 6 months ago, Pablo. $20 is criminally low for this game, though. So I would assume like 35 Canadian doll hairs. But that's unconfirmed and not set in stone, so who actually knows? So we just need some, like, crazy oil baron with $30 million to just... You go. By giant trap hallways? How do you usually defend fortresses graded? All right, Goblin numero uno is running up to the front. There's trolls coming up behind them. More goblins behind that. A blood smear because my one remaining weapon trap is up there. There's just blood everywhere. Nobody died, though. This goblin's going to have a fun surprise when they come around the corner. You normally just lock the door and hope the goblins go away. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, they will eventually go away. Get 'em, boys! Swordmaster stabs the goblin crossbowman in the upper left arm with his, I'm assuming, sword. And the severed part sails off in an arc. This was literally a one-page combat arm log which killed it. How fragile we are. This does not scare me. Yeah, literally died because a goblin, the militia captain, slashes the crossbowman in the neck with his sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. His neck sailed off in an arc. Yeah, largely this fort is a little bit laggy because of the size of the map, not because of the dwarf population. Giant trap hole always were your go-to for a while. At some point, training up your militia got way too time-consuming. It takes about half a year in-game time to have a competent militia if you have good gear. But the thing is, once you have a good militia, training up they train new recruits faster than they train each other initially. So if you have a competent militia already, when you train up the next few members of your militia, they will train significantly faster than they did previously. But it's really not that time consuming because the dwarves are so OP compared to the goblins and the elves that it really doesn't matter. Like, this is largely just one squad with iron armor and adamantine weapons, and they're just like, they just clean house when when the goblins come through. Like, my armies could clean this entire enemy force without too much issue if I let them. I just don't let them, which is why they don't. Back up, dwarves. Back up. If you're gonna say danger rooms, those haven't been a thing in the game for a very long time. Although tying up a bunch of zombies is a really good way to train crossbow dwarves. We'll say that. Don't give them training weapons because they get attached to their training weapons and they get really sad when you take the training weapons away from them. Training weapons were a valid thing until they added, like, minor artifacts and they name items. Don't give them... they weren't made more dangerous. They were made deathly. It will literally just, like, insta-gib any dwarf you put in there now. Unless they're fully trained already, which makes it a moot point. They're great for training doctors, though. I say that ironically, though. Keep that in mind. They're not actually very good for training doctors. All right, Bambool the Miner is coming to pull the lever. We can watch these bodies get flung up into the air. Although I'm following a loincloth, apparently, not a body, but... Boing! See? We also close the top. Meaning we can pull this lever. Let the dwarves go back to what they were doing and then dump lava on all of them. Just put an armored vampire in. Yeah, I mean, like, a zombie would survive for quite a while because they don't get blood lost. Still get puckered full of holes, though. Which means their movability might be a little bit impacted once their legs are missing. It's like, why are you so slow? You got no feet! You have a particular fondness of necromancer providing warm bodies to train on? Yep. Although the problem with having undead in your fortress is they don't actually gain skills once they're undead. Even intelligent undead. And this also goes for necromancers and not for vampires, though. But if something is undead, it can't gain more skills. There's a bit of a problem. Yeah, but just have a Dr. Guildhall at this point for medical training instead of, like, injuring half your dwarves constantly. Because permanent afflictions are not worth it, right? Like, if a dwarf loses a limb in your danger room, then suddenly your danger room has done more damage than good to the future of your fortress. Hello, pink fluffy llama. How you do? Just dealing with the second siege of the day. All right, and they're leaving. Perfect. Made up till 12 so that you can book a medical appointment? Ugh, that sucks. It's 2 o'clock already? I've been streaming for 5 hours? Damn! B-Lug has a new demand. You want boxes and a bag in your bedroom. Seems like your demand's already been met. Beat you to it. And then you need 2 earrings, which is already queued up. See, I hate that so much. That's all I have to... Like, that there's no logical reason in the game to do that. But, I mean, if you want to play the game that way, Penguin, then, like, I guess more power to you. But, like, there's zero logical benefit or purpose for that. Yeah, sure, Zosia. Now, sending all new migrants through a drowning chamber to be made into intelligent undead, I can see the logic behind. But sending them through a danger room is just... Okay, so what pleases Armok is what pleases the player, right? The player isn't Armok, but the player is essentially Armok. So if you think it pleases Armok, it pleases Armok. If I don't think it pleases Armok, it doesn't please Armok. So to me, that doesn't please Armok. That's just like a useless waste of life. So for me, like, that's pointless. But if it pleases Armok in your headcanon, then you know what? Go nuts. I don't believe any of that crap pleases Armok. I think Armok is face palming so hard there's a hole in his forehead over that statement. All right, all of the lava has been, or all of the lava drowning has been done. Time to make stuff meltable. Time to claim it all. You haven't been around this channel as much then as you should be, Tapioca. An oblique Gork and Mork reference to explain the stereotypically ghastly Dwarf Fortress player logic. I think that the stereotypically ghastly Dwarf Fortress player logic comes from Dwarf Fortress gaining a large portion of its early fan base in 4chan. Which also, if you see weird like explosions in there, that's blood boiling off because it does that. I think that's largely like where that kind of ghastly take, like, especially like, you know, the, oh, there's children in your fort, burn them, that kind of thing. Like, I think that represents a very out of date take on the Dwarf Fortress meta. Yeah, blame 4chan, exactly. And I also found out about Dwarf Fortress through 4chan, largely, actually. I found out about it through a friend who found out about it through 4chan. So, like, you know, I'm part of that. I get it. But it's just, it's kind of a shame, I think. Animal, you have a good night's sleep. Sleep well, dude. How you doing, Hobo? How's things, mate? So I'm not gonna say I know this for fact because I don't. But Tarn has, I'll just simply state what Tarn has said. And what Zach has said. Godly metals, so the, you know, if I go to here, metal, like dark, like singing metal, you know, all of those are singing, multicolored metal, pale metal, flickering metal, What else do we have in this world? Rusted metal, flowing metal, slick metal, translucent metal, all those. And those are different in every world, right? Tarn has said those godlike metals are going to take a bigger role in premium. There will be weapons made out of them. He's also said that elves will be scary and will be a violent adversary that will be hard to deal with in the next version. And when we were out for dinner, he stated, well, the elves are the only people who have access to godlike metals. So, I'm not saying I know for certain, but I'm pretty certain they're going to have weapons made out of screaming metal. It's like the elven army shows up and they hold up their swords and the sword starts screaming at you. The sword is screaming. Doing pretty good? Hell yeah. You're never unfortunate? Yeah. Some of it does come from the gameplay. Cats breeding out of control. Kids being effectively useless for their lifespan. That's vastly incorrect, but nobles being useless, not right, not correct, disagree, and making horribly inconvenient demands. No. Because all of those... Okay, so the players were horrible to those characters before they had any of those effects. Like, a lot of the things that you're talking about, like danger rooms, just as an example, were things that players did to the dwarves before nobles existed in Dwarf Fortress. Child daycare, where you put them in a very deep hole and drop food in sometimes, is also something that they did before, so you got to remember that the game is old enough now that there was a good 4 or 5 years before nobles existed and made demands. So a lot of that shit comes from there. That would scare you. I mean, as a metalhead, I'm looking forward to the screaming metal takeover. I mean, very much excited for that. But this is a lot of the metas of let's just be awful to the dwarves. And so here's an example that I like to make. If your mayor is happy, okay, if your mayor is in a good mood and has all of their demands met, you know what they do? They hang out in their office and depressed dwarves go and yell at them. The depressed dwarves get a guaranteed positive moodlet from yelling at the mayor, and the mayor gets a positive moodlet from being yelled at. They feel empathy. They feel happy. They feel content. They get positive feelings from that. That is a net positive for your fortress. Thus, having a mayor in your fortress who has all of their demands met that are happy is a automatic mood booster for your entire fortress. So they're not useless. And in a world where so many players complain about having a hard time keeping dwarves happy and then at the same time are crushing their mayor with a brick because they didn't want to make, I don't know, 4 hats for them, I just kind of roll my eyes and go, okay, who's fucking up here? Is it your mayor or is it the player for not understanding the purpose of the mayor in the fortress? Same goes for having barons in your fortress, right? Barons make more demands than a mayor, but having a baron in your fortress allows you to have diplomatic talks with elves. The elves will give you a warning before they invade you for chopping down too many trees instead of just attacking you for chopping down too many trees. And they will give you an allowance of 150 trees a year, which, by the way, each tree drops between 3 to 8 logs. So even if you're doing all of your furnace operating with charcoal, using wood for that, you can math that out there. You do not need all of that. Yeah, absolutely. It isn't the purpose of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 to make an infinite loop where they're forced to drink 500 drinks at massive prices, take money out of their bank account, pay to use the washroom, and get back on the same roller coaster. Right? Also, Wild Peak, it's good to see you. Hello. Right? So it's just there's a lot of player metas that people are married to the concept of. Things like, oh, mayors make useless demands. No, they don't. If their demands are met, they have meetings with dwarves and take care of your dwarves. Barons make useless demands. No, they don't. Because if you have a baron in your fortress who's happy, you get actual diplomatic ties with other fortresses. And also, as long as you have a baron in your fortress, hillixes spawn. They can spawn without them, but they have a significantly higher chance to spawn with a baron in your fortress because you're a barony. So hill dwarves move in, and then you get hill dwarves. This means you're more likely to get immigrants for longer, and also you can request merchants as temporary workers. Being the mountain home means more factions become aware of you and you get more visitors. Like, if you don't like those mechanics, go into the, like, you can remove nobles from your game, right? If you don't like nobles and have problems with nobles, remove them from your game. You can do that. Is there any sort of purpose to having a messenger in your fortress? You can send them to hillixes to request merchants to work for you. Basically, like, you can go get work for hire dwarves. And you can send them back when you don't need them anymore, which I do all the time in Long Death. You always kind of feel like making a charcoal construction because it irritates you how many types of wood, because it irritates you there are too many types of wood in one wooden building. Yeah, that kind of irritates me too. Yeah, well, I mean, you can expel them, but okay, another thing that's nice, I don't have any hillixes, so I can't show you the menu. But if you have hillixes and you go to this expel screen, instead of the only option being to expel them off into the night and they go die, you can send dwarves to hillixes. So let's just say you have 250 dwarves in your fort, right? And there are some that are a little bit tantrumy, or some that are not very useful, or some that you're just tired of having around. You can send them off to the hillix, right? To go live off in the hillix. And then you can send your messenger to request them back. You can send, like, a family of that one dwarf that shows up who's like a migrant and it's just like a dad with 18 children that happens once in a blue moon. Like, when that happens and you're like, man, I really wish I had, like, I don't know, peasants or something here or like metalsmiths here instead of just a bunch of children that can't do anything right now. Okay, I'll expel those dwarves to the hillix and then request that whole family back because they come in families. So if you expel them, you can bring them all back. If you write down their name, you can bring them all back 15 years later if the fort's still alive, or request them to a different fortress from that fortress when you start form a different fortress. Like, there are so many little mechanics that all of these things give you access to that are all useful in their own right. And it's not a huge price to pay to, like, you know, put boxes and bags in their bedroom. It plays like a roguelike, but it's a persistent world, so it's an open world sandbox. So no, not really. It's rogue-ish, for sure. But is it a roguelike? Not really. It's an open world RPG, Diamond. Yeah, that's fine. Frankly, honestly, if people call adventure mode a roguelike, it doesn't bother me. That's me just arguing semantics at that point. It's about as close as you can get to being a roguelike without being a roguelike. It's only not a roguelike because of the way the world works in Dwarfort. Anyway, sorry for that rant, but hopefully it was at the very least enlightening for some of you. I play too much of this game, and I stare at the way nobles work too much. No, people just need to stop calling run-based games roguelikes. We don't need to perfectly agree on the definition of roguelike. We just need to stop calling run-based games roguelikes because it's silly. All right, let's get down to where I was. How deep is this? Actually, let's extend this all by one. Run-based. Yes. Binding of Isaac is not a roguelike. It's a run-based game. Risk of Rain is not a roguelike. It's a run-based game. Hades is not a roguelike. It's a run-based game. Because none of those games are anything like Rogue. Jupiter Hell is a roguelike. But I don't feel like having this one rant after another. Because the only mechanic that those games share in common with roguelikes is the fact that you go on a run. It's giving you ways to play? Hell yeah. Peak, I'm going to just do this because you're not helping. Don't take that personally. This is something that I genuinely... Actually, also, I've never played Temple Run. But that's something that I genuinely feel really serious about, and it irks me when people, like, don't take it seriously. So please don't do that. Literally my favorite... Yes, Magma infinitely renews. That's some Magma's not... Yeah, NetHack's a roguelike. Like, literally the textbook definition of a roguelike. Like, Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is a roguelike. Cogmind is a roguelike. And for the love of all that is holy, please, for fuck's sake, stop calling card games roguelikes. I've seen so many people call Inscription a roguelike, I just want to rip my hair out. It's an adventure game that uses card games as its form of progression. Goofy. You'll hear Stone Soup brought up occasionally here. Although I don't stream Stone Soup, so... Tapioca, remember how I, several seconds ago, just timed out Wild Peak for 1 second? For making jokes like that? I'm not going to time you out, but please, have some respect for yourself. Like, I realize that chat's just entirely being ironic, but if you want to see me get unreasonably angry for zero logical reason, just keep doing what you're doing. Well, chess doesn't have randomly placed loot or randomly generated boards, so chess doesn't even come close to counting, my dude. It's just a turn-based strategy game. Like I said, unless you want to see me be unreasonably angry for very little logical reason, keep doing what you're doing. So if your guys' goal is to genuinely piss me off, that's not cool, and I don't respect you. You're literally just mocking my favorite genre is what you're doing by doing that. Well, be nice bullshit. Don't believe you, Tapioca. Ah, whatever, Diamond. I'm currently just pissed off you brought this whole subject up. There's plenty of chess roguelikes out there that use chess pieces and light chess rule sets. So if you know, that's a thing that you want. It does exist. I don't need you to send me bits. Fine. Is punching me from chat still down half a mil? Shotgun King's a weird thing. Like, it's a rogue-ish game. I wouldn't call it I don't call it a roguelike myself, but it's rogue-ish. I mean, I would call it a run-based chess game. It's just a chess arcade game. That's all it really is. Like, that's what they call it. They call it, like... They jokingly refer to it as a roguelike, but it's kind of almost a parody of itself. How much decoration do I do for my guild halls and temples, if any? I usually just put an artifact on a pedestal in the middle, and that gives it enough value. I'm generally pretty lazy with my guild halls, I'll be honest. Unless I have, like, actual time to think about what I'm going to do with them. Then I'm less lazy. But I don't usually have enough time to think about it, because when they demand a guild hall, you don't have that much time to spin around and make them a guild hall. That's the issue. Did I finish the Starship Trooper game? No. I kind of rage quit it at the end. The last 2 levels just got, like, obnoxious. It went, like, from being a really fun, small-scale, squad-based FPS to being a, by the way, now you need to play, like, a really hard RTS map. And I just kind of pieced out there. And also, to answer the bullshit tongue-in-cheek question, most card games are deck builders. And just call them deck builders. And there's plenty of single-player deck builders out there. They've existed as long as card games have existed. They're literally just deck builders. Slay the Spire is a deck builder, not a roguelike. A chess harem game? That sounds like a meme that I wouldn't take seriously. All right. So far, so good. Let's see. We're either about to see a portal into hell, or this isn't a portal into hell. You've never actually breached hell before? Really? I'm trying to do it safely without actually letting them into the fort. Is the goal here. Although there is one more way I could test it. Also channel down 1 layer from here, which I could do pretty... yeah, I could do this safely if this isn't hell. Surviving it is hard? Yes. No, it's not a portal into hell. I keep moving. My hand is like slightly shifted on my keyboard from where it normally is, and I keep hitting the wrong hotkeys. Magma crap is my favorite enemy in Dwarf Fortress, I gotta tell you. Fear the magma crap. In Dwarf Fortress, magma crap on you. That should be safe. Nobody's gonna get stuck in lava. Of course, you try to be strong enough to survive it, but yeah, no, absolutely. It is a sufficient nightcap, I would say. Also, another ramble bit to add to the end of the crap night after Thai curry. Actually, speaking of Thai curry, I'll go check this out. I never posted this on food porn. I should have. Wow, I got a countrywide ping sent to my, or a province-wide ping actually, I think, sent to my phone saying that the queen's dead. Cool. Check out this Thai curry I got at PAX. Just got it. There it is. Really, really, really good. I got a 2 out of 5 spicy because I'm a baby. Yep, country or province. This is a province-wide ping, I think. Was tasty. Yep. Because me, Eggman, and Carrie went to a Thai place and got food. It's good. Carrie's food arrived in literally half of a pineapple because she got like this pineapple rice thing. And it was literally like half a pineapple. Like a pineapple cut in half. But it was on a plate, so we didn't need to post it on We Want Plates. So it was a pineapple in a pineapple on a plate. Which was the way to do it. You want to go for Thai food at some point? Thai food's real good. Didn't think that would fill up so quickly, but apparently it did. Kind of thought that there was still enough. Hold up. That seems sketch. Spicy curry is the best reminder of your mortality. That's, yeah, I could agree with that. All right, so I'm starting to think that this one, it just straight up doesn't have a portal to hell beneath it. So we're going to work our way towards this one. Just trying to figure out how to do that. This is going to get stuck constantly. So far, that's like 2 attempts to dig too deep that have been soiled by running into, like, not enough stuff. I'm very disappointed that they're all using emeralds, but none of them want to use adamantine. It's like, I literally have adamantine everywhere. Use some adamantine. You lazy little dwarves. Gosh. For a work lunch, but you were slightly hungry at the end because you didn't order a side. It was really good food, though. We had like a side sampler thing at the start. Hey, Cutest. If anybody's feeling generous, Cutest needs a sub. So does Cooler, actually. I mean, it is what it is. I don't think you'll be getting many ads out there, though. How you been, though? Thanks, Pink. Jack, can I get a round of beers for our mod Cutest having a sub again? Welcome back, Pink. Or thank you very much, Pink, and welcome back, Cutest. There we go. You think you can pay for Twitch, but not sure how easy that would be? I don't break laws to pay for Twitch subs. Or sanctions. Not worth it. Pay for something important with that if you're going to do that. I don't consider Twitch subs to be a important purchase. As much as I like this job. You'll live. That wouldn't be illegal? Okay, well, it's not worth your time. Then how's that? I know Cooler was saying earlier today that living life without being able to do any kind of work is really boring. Which, yep. Could see that. A listlessness curse? Listlessness. What's that mean? I'll say, Dave. Hope you're well. Bad news, sub ran out. Good news, country involved in a humanitarian crisis and everyone and everywhere has sanctioned against you, so you don't get ads anyway. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, if there are ads in Russia on Twitch, I'm concerned for a lot of reasons. That money will go to the wine you're going to buy tomorrow? Probably for the best. Also, if you could buy a bottle of wine with Twitch, with the amount of money it costs you to buy a Twitch sub, it's either a really cheap bottle of wine or a really expensive Twitch sub. Free YouTube without ads is great. Yeah, I believe it. I understand now. You learn new words every day, turns out. Hey, Cyrolac. How's things? You'll buy a slightly more expensive bottle? Fair enough. What's the occasion for the bottle of wine, if I can ask? Or is it just for, you know, F1 race? Ooh, another llama wool turban. Duvar the Clother has created Bido Keklist, a llama wool turban, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's a rare item indeed. It's worth 111,440 Zethal. It's called Act Safe. It's the opposite of Act Razor. This is a llama wool turban. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut emeralds and decorated with llama wool and unicorn leather and cherry wood and large rat bone and encircled with bands of alpaca wool and apple wood and rectangular marble cabochons. It is made from llama wool, and on the item is an image of a marsh titan in llama wool. On the item is an image of a brilliant cut gem and emerald. Took a dime-sized flap of skin off of one of your fingers. Ow! That sucks. Does it need stitches kind of deal, or? I used to just, back when I worked in fast food, I would at least once a month or so, I would just randomly start bleeding and just be like, I'd just assume it was some like sharp edge of the Marsh Titan soap. That was a on a artifact, not an actual Marsh Titan that just spawned. Wait, hold on a second. What? Is Marsh Titan a brand? But glad it's just a minor injury. Huh. I want to Google Marsh Titan soap now. Also, Google is now... Wow, it is. Okay. Google is now dedicated to Queen Elizabeth, by the way. It's literally, if you hover over it. Queen Elizabeth, 1926 to 2022. It's a fictional brand. Just search for... Oh, so it's a fictional brand? Okay. I'll look it up later then. Oh, Marsh Titan soap. This makes a lot more sense. It's March, not Marsh. Yeah, makes sense. You don't get stuff about Queen Elizabeth on Google? Really? Maybe it's just like Canada, Britain. Yeah, you can post links. There's no link rules in the chat. Just if you post porn, you'll literally never post a link in this chat again. Which I think is a reasonable way of running link rules. Oh, you're in... Right, yeah, duh, you're in the UK. Huh. I mean, that's actually kind of ironic. Maybe they just assume you know. That or the Google UK office hasn't hit the button yet. Or they assume you don't care and don't want to hear about it. You did, in fact, get a new hat, yes. You're in the UK and checked and it is showing what you show. Actually, Pink, I wonder if it's not showing for you because you're like blocking some sort of weird cookie tracking. That's definitely the sort of thing Google would do. Just not show the unique pages if you're blocking cookies. Or if Google doesn't know your location, it's possible. Actually, just for out of curiosity's sake, somebody in America, go to Google and tell me if it says "Rip Queen Elizabeth." Or somebody in a country not associated with the monarchs at all. Go to Google and find out. No special result on American Google. Okay, so like, yeah, if you're using a VPN or if like Google doesn't know your location, it probably would just give you default Google then. Although this thing amuses the hell out of me. This is a little bit old now, but this was posted on my Discord by Diamond Destruct, which is just a heat map of hashtags being used around the world. And so it's just like very much Queen Elizabeth, right? And then just Rocket Beer Fest in, I think, Colombia. It's like everybody's just like Queen Elizabeth, Rocket Beer Fest, which is very funny. That's just very funny. I can't stop laughing at that. Like just internally giggling at that because it's just very funny to me. I kind of wish that, like, somewhere just had, like, a Hail Satan or something hashtag, which has been a pretty popular hashtag as of late. That's funny. It's like, meanwhile, everybody's just like screaming about Queen Elizabeth, and then Columbia's just like, who? What? Who dat? Sorry, missed it. What? Sorry, you have a queen? Seems old-fashioned. Struck more emeralds. There really isn't anywhere to start mining around this safely. Smells some old bin. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, neither do I. Although, my favorite thing that I've seen on Twitter since the news broke was this thing that Quill18 posted, which I quote tweeted. Which... This is very funny to me. Oh fuck, I don't want money with Chuck's face on it. BRB, stockpiling cash. Don't look under my mattress. And then I second this anti-Chuck Bucks agenda, which means if we get King Charles's face on our money, then Canadian dollars become Chuck Bucks. I'm just informing you that this is going to happen. As soon as they put that bloke's face on our money. It's like, who do you have on your money? Some guy named Chuck? Careful there, dwarves. Chuck bucks for chucking bucks at a bucket full of chucks. Sure. Why not? Just more reason to just use debit for everything so I don't have to stare at Chuck's face. Although I'll be honest, calling Charles Chuck is funnier to me since I've seen Better Call Saul. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood is about the same level. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck bucks? Well, I mean, it would rhyme the tongue twister, or ruin the tongue twister is what it would do. I know that much is for certain. Although he would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could if a woodchuck could chuck wood, because a woodchuck could chuck lots of wood if only a woodchuck could chuck wood. I spent way too much time saying that when I was a little kid. Many years of my life. And then actually explaining to people that how much wood would a woodchuck chuck is not actually a tongue twister, but Irish wristwatch is. I mean, isn't paper technically made of wood? Although Canadian dollars are made out of polyester, so I don't think wood is made out of polyester. I don't think... Unless we're shipping with the trees aren't real conspiracy theory, then in that case, trees are made of plastic. But if we're not rolling with the trees aren't real conspiracy theory, then no. Yeah, you can pressurize magma. Yeah, absolutely. It's like the U-trap in your sink, but instead of a bendy pipe, it's a pipe going into a bucket? Sure. Got dwarves making adamantine wafers. A whole bunch of them, actually. Been invaded twice. Been an eventful stream so far. I mean, plastic is made out of crude oil. And I guess theoretically crude oil could have been tree at some point. I have grown trees and cut them and made a wooden bowl. Trees can be made of wood, can confirm. Also, in regards to the, yeah, I've made lava cannons by hiding lava behind, or pumps behind floodgates and then just letting them pump for a while. Crude oil is fossilized algae? It's fossilized decomposed matter, is it not? Like, it's highly pressurized decomposed matter. So, like, crude oil could be dinosaurs. At least that's what that's the impression that I always had. I could be if I'm wrong, you can tell me, but I was always under the impression that it was just decomposing matter, which could be algae, could be grass, could be dinosaurs, could be ancient aliens. You know, all of the logical possibilities. Because obviously we power our cars with aliens. I'm not saying it's aliens, okay? I'm just saying ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes. But crude oil is mostly algae, ground coral, swamp trees. Fair enough. Yes, it's more likely it's grass or algae than dinosaurs. But I like to think that cars are powered by dinosaurs, okay? But yeah, it's more it's just decomposing matter, which means it could be literally anything. Adamantine waffles. Damn, I want some adamantine waffles right about now. They wouldn't lie about it, would they? I mean, birds aren't real, so they lie about lots of things. When I was in Seattle, there was a guy screaming, "COVID isn't real. You can't prove to me COVID is real." And I'm not asking for your opinions, chat, but all I could say is it took all of my self-control to not walk right up to that guy and just say, "You can't prove to me birds are real." And the reason I used all of my self-control to not go up to that guy and say that was because I was with friends and I didn't want to start a fight. Also because I didn't have health insurance while I was in the US. So I was like, man, I don't feel like getting hit in the head. Seems like a bad idea to provoke confrontation in a city where I don't have health insurance. Before the bacteria and fungus had developed to decompose. Yes. Which leads me to believe that I feel like we could take just matter and force decompose it and like manufacture our own crude oil, but I don't know. Also seems like a dirty process. Just to walk over to them and cough on them. I don't need to prove to them that COVID is real. Just like I don't need to prove to a flat earther that the earth is, in fact, a ball. No desire to. But, if given the opportunity, I will throw birds aren't real at them. Because birds aren't real is hilarious. People saying COVID isn't real is just kind of sad, to be honest. Yeah, no, which is why I didn't bother. But, like, it still required all of my personal self-control to not just shout at that dude. Probably Sanic, yeah. I know that they can, like, because, like, diamonds are made under pressure, right? It's, like, pressurized oxygen and other things. And I know that they can make diamonds using nothing but electricity. It's just the diamond companies don't want you to know that sky diamonds are literally the exact same material. So because we can make artificial diamonds, I feel like we could probably make artificial oils. Compressed carbon, yeah. You guys are right. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just rambling. I just need to figure out how to pressurize air in Dwarf Fortress so we can manufacture diamonds. I'm under pressure. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I'm not stating it's like a logical thing for us to do. I'm just rambling. And you guys put me on a subject, so I rambled about it. Or I put me on a subject? I don't know. We talked, the concept of oil came up. I was like rambling about it. I'm not saying it's like an even remotely like good solution or one we should go after. That's gonna cave in. I mean, it's just like that study that's been going around for a while of how Africa could power the entirety of the planet with solar. Just by covering all of their deserts in solar panels, which ironically would also cool their deserts down. Fuck. Chat, none of you know what this is. But... Fuck. Fuck. Ah. You know what that was, chat? It's this lever. You know what that lever does? That lever opens these floodgates. It's also in a temple, and no, he didn't turn into anything. That means I need to... Okay, well... Let's pull this lever and get it. It's not exact... I mean, it's not bad. It's just... It wasn't a piece of furniture. No, it was a lever. Just means I have to figure out how to... like, drain this without causing damage to my dwarves, I guess. Oops. Nope, not his marker. Shouldn't have decorated the forbidden lever. I mean, it's not a forbidden lever. It's just a lever. But it's just very annoying that they had to break that one. Which just means I have to drain these, which won't take too long. But I have to drain them. And then... Also, I never opened the front door. I have to drain out these side connectors and then hook up all of the floodgates again. Hey, Rolf. It's just kind of annoying. It's not, like, Fortress ending or anything. It's just kind of annoying. That of all of the things that Dwarf decided to topple, it's the lever that opens my floodgates. Fortunately, we got plenty of mechanisms, so. Grumbly wumbly. Proud gremlin action. Now the gremlin would have just pulled it. Ay, ay, ay. We have a pump stack? Yep. Pump stack is a double pump stack, which is off now. It's no longer pumping, but... well, these two ones will keep pumping, but that's fine. I'm not actually sure which lever. I think it's the bottom one. It's this one it's connected to in the middle there. So it's powered by this, which pumps this pump stack. It's off now. Not that many. It goes down to here. So 25 up to, yeah, 25. Technically 26 because there's two more. Oh, looks like the dwarves are getting adamantine thread stitches. My dwarves are now very valuable. I actually have 3. But this world isn't that deep. It only goes down to about layer 70. Because it's a custom generation world. So when I generated this world, I wanted to have very deep caverns. So I amped up the rainfall significantly. To get rich like this? Sure, it would just be very expensive fillings. Like, you can still get gold fillings. They're just pricey. And not very good. Be like buying a gold-encrusted crutch or something. Also, chat, NBA 2K22 is out on Steam now, as of today, and it has 24% positive reviews. I don't know how they're reviewing it before the game's actually out, but somehow people are reviewing it before the game's out. It's higher than expected. Actually, I wonder what Madden's at. Madden NFL 23 is mostly negative on Steam, with 32% positive review. Apparently, it still has the same bugs that have been in the game for about 3 years. Welcome back, Soul. I had a dwarf topple the lever that releases the lava, so I'm having to rebuild my lava murder mechanism, which I'm not thrilled about at this exact moment. So I've had to disable my full pump stack, and now I'm like poking holes in the edge of this, hopefully without killing any dwarves in the process, so that I can let the lava drain out a little bit. See if you die in the process of doing this. Or your side will be done first. It was Darkos the Poet. Let's see. Do you survive or do you torture yourself immediately? Yep. And the answer is torture yourself. And a little bit flooded in there. Please. Okay, sweet. At least the door's shut. And there goes the second one. Brilliant. Two dwarfs got toasted, actually. It's two for two. 2 for 2. I mean, you can already make, like, mugs out of lead. Why do you want asbestos? What? Not sure how that benefits the game in the slightest. Oh, no. I just caught some charcoal on fire. Watch out for the lava dwarves. You're making me really nervous right now. Like, very nervous. Okay. Oh, heat proofing. If they have a really high dodge skill, they can just dodge the lava, which is actually probably the better method for things. So let us enjoy them in the virtual world. I mean, I guess I could see the concept for fireproofing purposes, but well, this will drain out pretty quick. Just like this. Did lose 2 dwarves, which is not optimal. Mitten, 130. Silk, cap, 130. Silk. Hood, 130. Silk. Sock, 130. Silk. Shoe, 130. Should have enough silk for all that, I hope. Safety standards? What's that? Never heard of that one before. All right, lever. We're gonna put it in the same place. And it's gonna be called Half Moon. No, we'll call this one Full Moon of Fire. Because we've expanded it since I named it initially. Like railings on the Death Star. Yeah, next to the Infinite Pits, of course. I really want to dig out more spots so that the lava can flow out faster, but I think that that's going to be a waste of time. And the reason I say that is because I'll just murder more dwarves. I would have much preferred if they could have gotten it stuck open instead of stuck shut. It's like, come on. So this is interesting. There's a 2 floors up from my unit. There's a domestic violence dispute happening, where a dude was attacking his ex-partner, which ended with the entirety of an air conditioner and a part of a TV thrown out of a window, all which landed on my patio. A bunch of other shit. This was about 2.5 weeks ago now. My memory serves me correctly. Apparently the next day, according to my neighbor, all owners received a "do not let this man in the building" email. It was just forwarded to me by my apartment's manager. Like, I'm aware of it. I know who the guy is. I know what he looks like, because I talk with people in the building pretty frequently. But it took them 2.5 weeks to forward tenants in the building the email. 2.5 weeks. And this building is like majority tenants. A lot less bare bones. I've been playing it on my phone. I've streamed a little bit of it. Speedy and reliable service. Yeah. And I am only aware of it because the shit landed on my patio, so I was outside and being like, why the fuck's all this crap on my patio and what happened? I was like, it was 2 weeks ago on the Friday because I went downtown. When I came back, there was a bunch of crap on my patio. I was like, what the hell? So, well, I guess it's for the best. Speaking of updates, I really like the Jupiter Hell updates. A few Jupiter Hell updates have been kind of great. All right, well, I suppose I can just wait. Chat, I've been live for 6 hours, and I'm quite hungry. I think waiting for this to drain is probably a good spot to pause the stream for a little bit and for me to go get my lunch. So I'm going to do that. It's going to be about 5 to 10 minutes for me to do my injections and give myself food. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute the noise machine that I got running. I'm going to give you guys some music to listen to. We're going to pause the game. Game's just going to be paused in the background, so I'll just do that. But I'm going to go get my lunch, because I usually do that about 6 hours into the stream. When I return, we will continue. So now's a good time to go, I don't know, eat a snack, or make another cup of coffee, or make some tea, or go get some water, or get up and stretch, or do jumping jacks, or go to bed. It's up to you. You do you. Of course, I'd prefer if you stick around. If you happen to have sound commands, now would be a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And if you want to support this stream directly, there's a link to the Patreon. And of course, other things I do over there on YouTube. But if I could get a round of beers, that'd be cool if you're sticking around. And let's give you guys some tunes.
Cheese for everyone!
Cheese would be giving you guys chews. But yeah, like I said, I will be back in a couple of minutes and it shouldn't take too long. BRB real quick. And if anybody pops in and is like, where's streamer at? Just be like, he's getting food. BRB.